call to order the meeting. What do we start with this one? Oh, it's approval of a,
Roll call.
Do we do roll call, typically?
oh, I thought it was approval of minutes. Roll call, let me start to the right.
Dwayne Burkholder, Toledo alternate.
Cheryl Burkholder, yes.
Rick Vance, legal counsel OOD.
Derek?
You're just like Prince. It's
Derek.
Derek.
Yep. Until I come up with a symbol, because I'm unhappy with my contract.
There you go. Greg Dormer, Deputy Director, Bureau of Services for the Visually Impaired.
Christine Houck, Program Manager.
Sally Nunes, Area Manager.
Amy Seger, Reporting Manager.
Sandy Chavez, Assistant Attorney General.
Christopher Saban, Secretary, OVRC.
John Jack, Georgia Combs alternate.
Frank Rogassa, Cincinnati Representative.
Annette Lutz, Toledo Rep.
John McNamara, Akron alternate.
All right, I don't know if people on the phone can hear, but do you want to check on the people on the phone?
You want me to, okay. Anyone on the phone, there's only 8 or 9 participants on there, so, you wanna just let us know who's here? Any operators? Lisa?
Lisa.
Lisa, good morning. Doug Russo,
Doug Russo, Thomas.
Mark Wood. Who else? Orville, he's a consultant.
That's Lynn Hustler and Orville. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, Lynn Hustwick, Toledo consultant.
Lindsay McKinney, Collins Consultant.
Hey, Lindsay.
Scott Shepard, Gate Consultant.
You got? Anybody else who did not get a chance to, that I didn't acknowledge? Okay, and once again, we're gonna ask now that everybody mute themselves, because we get some kind of echo back here, and that way we can, not hear that echo.
Yeah, there is a couple of people that walked in as well.
Oh, David Char, okay, we got you, David.
Did somebody else just arrive here?
Yeah, Mike Julie Russell.
Michael John
Zoom,
Russell.
they will.
Okay.
Good to see you guys back.
Yeah, good.
Hopefully it won't be one of them every time.
This is it.
Oh, I guess that's everybody. Approval for August 18th, minutes. Any discrepancies, problems?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move that they be accepted.
Oh, second.
I gotta remember who's here. I need this, okay, Derek,
Aye.
who else we got over there? Is it John?
You.
You.
Yeah, of course.
And then Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Okay.
And Dwayne.
Who?
Dwayne.
No,
Oh,
Dwayne,
no,
yeah,
Dwayne.
Dwayne's alternate.
Hey, stay in your lane.
I mean, I don't care.
Nice.
You're talking to Sal.
Just you know,
Did we come to your meetings and interrupt?
Sure.
All the time, right?
Okay, great. Motions, how did that, I forget how we build with motions.
Yes, we have motions and responses.
I think they were all accepted.
Everything good?
I think so.
Public comment. I know I had Annette wanting to speak.
I also have this one.
Okay,
Who's first, me?
go and.
Okay. For the purposes of providing blind persons with remunerative employment, enlarging the economic opportunities of the blind, and stimulating the blind to greater efforts in striving to make themselves self-supporting. That is the very first line of the Randolph-Shepard Act, and that is why we are here. We're not here for any other reason but to support support that sentence that I just read. Now, that's not easy to do. All the decisions we make need to have this in mind. And like I said, it's not easy to do. We get bogged down with rules, regulations, bureaucracy, opinions, personalities. All of that comes into play. But when we're here at this table, we need to keep this sentence in mind with every single decision that we make and every single thing that we do. I'm going to say that when it comes to things like active participation, when we look at our purpose with this, Ohio does pretty good. We are, I would say, somewhere in the middle. I get a position, I'm lucky enough to be able to talk to folks clear across the country. I hear horror stories of states that just doesn't care. Their SLA doesn't care, their elected committee doesn't care. That's bad. I've heard rules that's gone through where the committee didn't even look at them, let alone actively participate in them. There's rules out there that tie the hands of both the committee and the SLAs and not let them fulfill this purpose. That's awful, and Ohio is nowhere near that. We might have our disagreements, but we are pretty good compared to a lot of places. But we're not the best. There are plenty of states that do a better job than we do. And I'll give you an example. I was fortunate enough last week, I was able to participate in the Tennessee statewide meeting. And I'm not going to say they're the best, but I know they do things better than we do. They, during one seminar or one presentation, they had their attorney talk to the group as a presenter, talk about the stuff that they were doing. Talked about their rules process, talked about some of the controversies, because they have their problems just like we do with grantors and trying to fulfill their obligation under this purpose that I just read. But the attorney was there and spoke to the group and was very comfortable doing it. Nobody in the group was, lambasted them. People were happy. Yeah, they had their concerns, they asked questions, but they didn't say, hey, how about that? They opened themselves up to questions. That's not something that I can imagine happening here. There would, or if it did, I can't imagine that all the questions would be answered. The people there all had passion. Operators, SLA staff, everybody who spoke on behalf of either of those groups had passion for the program. They wanted to be there. They cared about the decisions they made. They cared about what happened. So I just want to say, if people at this table, either whether you're on the committee or whether you're part of the SLA, if you don't have that passion and that care, you don't have no business being here. You should just leave. Because that's what we're here to do, this purpose. And I pass, that's it.
Thank you for that. So just come in.
You bet.
It's,
You want shot?
oh, it's Steph. And Yvette.
Okay, John,
So mine is really short. I just wanted to pass along that there's a bill in Congress right now that's trying to do something with the swiping fees for credit cards. Our fees are the worst in the world, and they're saying that they're gonna go up again this year or next year. And our monthly fees just went up $2 for actually going to. And so there's a bill in Congress trying to change that. And the National Restaurant Association is encouraging people to write to their Congress people that should be lowered and why it should be lowered.
okay,
Mr. Chair, oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, I think I noticed the interest on the C-Lib went up to 0.595 as well. Go ahead.
It's Greg. John, is this House, Senate, do you have a bill number?
I have it, but not on me.
Okay, can you send that to us so we can look at it? Thank you.
Could you include me in that as well,
Yeah,
please?
of course.
Mr. Chair, off the top of my head, I believe that's an Ohio senator who is sponsoring that, or who had taken the lead off with it. I believe it's
Our-
J.D. Vance, I think.
Mr.
You
Chairman,
double check.
our Ohio senator is actually on the committee that's looking at that. Our Ohio congressperson, I mean. Because she sent me, email last week.
All right, any more public comment? All right, first item on the agenda was redistricting. And I don't know what that entails.
Electoral districts for OVRC. If you want any changes.
Derek, I think you had some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do, and Mr. Chair, and I don't know that we can address them today, but for future reference, there's the electoral districts currently aren't very even. For example, I think Columbus has 18 who are represented, and places like Toledo and Zanesville and Akron have 7 or 8. And there's a couple problems with that. One is it dilutes the representative vote for the districts that have more members, and it also increases the amount of work required by the representatives because of the number of facilities that might come up and selections need to be done or whatever, or just generally communicating with the constituents. For the future, that's something we probably should take a look at. It doesn't, and it is a requirement of the law for it to be an equitable thing. So, I don't think we can fix it today, but it's worth considering.
All right.
Mr. Chair, not to be a stickler on the rules, if there's going to be changes, I think it has to be done today according to the rules.
No, I'm suggesting that next year maybe we should prepare and be ready to do something like that. And I'm not sure technically if it could. It says that we're to vote on the electoral districts today, so I'm not sure that. I mean, I guess I'd have to ask Tammy or something if that could be tabled for next meeting until we did some research. But at the very least, we can put it on the back burner till next September. Just something to think about. There's so many other things going on right now. That's the least of our worries.
The only comment I have is that I agree we should look at it, but we do this every year. We say we're gonna look at it and then we never touch it.
We've tried 5 or 6 different times to do it. And at one point, we actually got pretty close, and then it reverted back for some. I don't know. It's an odd thing, but just.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
one point I actually had a list. I sat down, I took all of the facilities and spread them out and had a list and presented it. We were the work group that were doing that, and I don't know what happened to it. I can't remember. People must not like it because it never went through. But one thing we should think about, and John is right, we do this every year, we talk about this, but we're gonna be, sadly enough, opening the rules to be, look at a few other things. So we got so swamped down in the big rule package last time when we started talking about anything with OVRC, if we wanted to change the makeup of the committee, that I don't think anyone had the heart or the stomach for actually doing anything with it. We just said, let it go the way it is, because there were so many other things. But maybe it's something we want to look at, if the committee could serve the operators here in Ohio as a better, as a different structure.
Okay. Anybody else? I think we were going to talk about co-payments.
Mr. Chair, technically we have to vote.
Vote on the
Yeah,
last option.
yeah. Technically, that's what the rule requires. The rule specifically states the committee shall vote. Yeah, so we have to vote on the
So
electoral boundaries. Electoral district boundaries.
So, Mr. Chair, does anybody have an idea of any facilities that should be moved from one district that they're in now to another one?
Sounds like I might like mine moved to Tennessee.
Yeah. Then, Mr. Chair, I move that we keep the electoral districts the same as they were last year.
Second.
Okay, Derek,
Yes.
I don't know where that's at.
Right here? Yes.
Or, okay, John,
Unfortunately, yeah.
Frank,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
and I'm yes. Co-payments for service charge.
Mr. Chair, I move that co-payments remain at 0.
I'll second.
Probably don't need to vote on that one.
Derek,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
John,
Yes,
Frank,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
and me, yes.
it's my surprise.
I lost my spot. Fair minimum return, this is a
Well,
hot
that's the
topic.
hard one. Let me go right here.
What is it, is there a current one right now set up?
250, isn't it?
It's 250.
Mr. Chair?
John,
I was gonna suggest that, Amy, don't discuss the resolution. Ahead of this budget, and kind of talk about the effects that having the Canelli's closed down next year is gonna have on our service charge, because we have looked at that a little bit, and where our money's gonna be at that point, if that's okay with you guys. And with Amy, of course.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
sorry about my voice, everybody.
Is that Amy?
It is Amy.
She sounds like me today, I know.
Yes, actually, I just wanted to confirm.
Okay, so I calculated with the $250 a week for the operators who are supposed to be closed down this federal fiscal year. So starting next month into the following September. And it's around $75,000. So you can't use match dollars for this, so it's either straight set aside, your federal income from vending machines or the unassigned state income. The unassigned state income is already being used for things like insurance, and I'll have to pull up what else. Federal is like less than $4,000 this year, because we aren't giving all of the subcontracted places since RSA released that tax, so it's just Elgin Prison and NASA.
8487.
And that, I guess that's the numbers. I don't know what else you guys would like to know.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people concerned about this, and some of my own people, one of whom's going to be immediately affected by it, are very concerned that this resource be available to them. There are not all Kennelly operators are the highest earners. Some Kennelly operators are actually below the median, and it's important for them, I think, to have that resource available to them. And I know it's heartbreaking that that's not money we can match, and that it does have to be straight set aside money. But at the same time, I don't like the idea of people who really need it and not having other opportunities to do temps or whatever else to maintain their businesses will need this. And sometimes they'll need it just to maintain their overhead while they're closed. So some people still, their vehicle payments or whatever don't go away. So I as much as I would prefer that, either the money could be matched or we didn't have to spend the money, I think it's essential that we do for the benefit of the operators who really need it.
Mr. Chair?
Annette,
I tend to agree. There's nothing that we could do more important with that money than help our operators. I mean, these folks are gonna be completely shut down. Some of them will have to go into the hole just to do, like Derek said, maintain their overhead. It could be a little burdensome to the program, but the burden would be a lot greater to the operators that if we weren't giving them this money. So you said it was 75,000 at the current rate of 250?
Yeah, and just, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. just to put that in perspective, if you don't use any of your federal or state unassigned income for that, just the 75,000, along with everything else in the budget, puts the projected cash balance at the end of next federal fiscal year of 492,000. So it does drop it down, and this, you have to also think these rest areas are being closed, so it's gonna be a little less set aside coming into the program. And then, you know, there's rest areas the following fiscal year too, so if we're gonna do the same thing again, it's gonna continue to eat at that cash balance just because you have to use set aside and not match.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, go ahead, no, John?
So for argument, for discussion purposes, I'm gonna make a motion that we keep it set aside at $250 a week for next year.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, so are you gonna make a motion to keep the set aside at $250?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, you don't mean set aside, you mean the stipend, yeah, the fair minimum return.
That's what I meant, I apologize.
Yeah, sorry. That was
Set
my fault.
aside.
Yeah.
Nice, exactly.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Oh,
Thank you.
Derek?
I was thinking.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mike?
I maybe have an idea here. A lot of these are very experienced operators, and I'll throw this to Mr. Miller and everybody can actively participate. Why not just make them interns? And there's things they can do. They could go around and help people that are having trouble with the books. They could go around and talk to people about coming into the program. They could talk to the counselors, just depending on their skills. In other words, you match interns in your agency. Why not make these guys interns out of your pool of money? And that way the program would be fine and you get some stuff done you need done.
Mr. Chair, that's why I'm glad you're back, Mike. Mike always has a way of opening up our thoughts into, but perhaps there are ways. I don't know that one necessarily works, but it's a good jumping off point. There are things that maybe we can do as a program to help people once they are closed down to be able to do things, whether maybe they could do some job coaching or there's any number of things that we might be able to come up with to help people who are shut down that might need it.
Well, if you make them an intern or a job coach, in other words, if they know what's coming, I looked at the people on this list, there's some pretty high skill levels. I'm just hoping I don't get shut down because I didn't see me as mechanical or a good trainer, so we might have to hunt for my skill level.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I had my suggestion is we have temp locations, and I shared with some other people this, that the operator be offered those temp locations. Some will be able to take it, some won't, but I think that we would all rather work,
Yep.
And so if there's some temp opportunities open at the time, I think that we should offer it to those operators due to their shutdown. It's not no fault of theirs.
And Mr. Chair, the rule does actually require that when the choices are being made for temps, that displaced operators are on the short list of who to consider first. So that it's not out of line to actually do that. But yeah, there's lots of different ideas that we can do to help people. But if those fall through, we still need the funds available for the people that need it. But if we can also find other alternatives, because the $250 a week is not going to be enough for some people anyway. They're losing their income and still might have to maintain their overhead. So these ideas of looking for additional opportunities are well received.
Mr. Chair, could I throw another thing in here?
Sure, Mike.
We want to be really careful. I've been shut down probably as much as anybody in the state, I think 6 or 7 times. And I remember one of the times, me and Julie pulled up chairs around the table and decided what they could turn off first. And the only thing that saved me, I can't remember all the times, because sometimes I got to work a little bit, sometimes I didn't. And I've been 16 months without any money. But I think what saved me is somebody had a heart attack, and we shouldn't have to wait for a heart attack to I think I got the word is, that, I get them mixed up, but I'm pretty sure that was the spot. I mean, I've been shut down tons of times. And you can judge a company or an organization by how well they treat their out-of-work people. And then how do we sell this program to rehab counselors when we hear stories that there might be people out there without any money here, you get a whole $1,000 a month for a year. Maybe we ought to try real hard. Maybe we get better recruits. If I was 22, I don't know if my rehab counselor would tell me to go into BE. And maybe we should think about that a little bit.
Mr. Chair? It has no limits on the motion at hand. I think we obviously still need to talk at this time, but yeah, we do need to look at other solutions. And one thing we did in the past, and I know Mike was a beneficiary of it, when we had a round of closures, if we had any open rest areas, we didn't put them out for bid. We used them, and in my own facility, since there's two sides of the road, we had that facility, before I went in there as a permanent operator, it had been temped by probably half a dozen different people.
Yep.
On either side, because we kept it out there for people to have the opportunity to temp while their place was being remodeled. Then when their place reopened, we put a couple more temps in there as it was being remodeled. So, as things happen, when there's open facilities later on when this thing happens, we should probably look at those and see if that's something we want to do. But other than that, that doesn't change what we're here to do today with the stipend. But
Mr. Chair, and that doesn't necessarily, you're saying only rest areas you do that? Or?
well, no, it
Not
could be any
necessarily.
facility. Yeah, I just rest areas was the example, but no, any facility. I think we should look at and see if that's something we could kind of hold off. There's some things that we would need, to put out. But I think when there's temp facilities and if there's people not working, we should maybe give them the opportunity to temp them and not put them out necessarily right away.
It's a great idea, actually.
Call for the vote?
Yep.
We have a motion, yeah, okay, Derek,
Yes.
Yvette,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes,
yes, from me.
The motion was
$250 a week.
Okay.
Was it benefits next?
Yes.
Say that again, Chris.
I think it's
Yes, benefits next.
Oh, yeah, benefits. Where are we at with benefits?
Almost non-existent.
Derek, where'd all that money go?
Mr. Chair,
It's Amy.
We're kind of getting used to that voice.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
So projected in the fiscal year, federal, again, is around, $4,000 and projected state is going to end with 100,000. 50 of that we keep for insurance. So just letting you guys know what's left out there. State unassigned income is the only, right now, fund we can use for refurbishments that need to happen. This doesn't happen often. But also the money that we received from OBM during COVID, that is projected to run out next federal fiscal year. So any of those items that are less than $1,000 that we're still purchasing for people, that would also need some funds. And then that would also be a source of funding we could use for inventory that we don't have right now. Just kind of let you guys know some options.
What was you saying about refurbishing? The only place we can get money for refurbishing?
Mr. Chair, this is Amy. So refurbishments, we've had a couple instances come out where someone changes their facility, say they go from a micro market to vending, and we need to tear out the drywall, or we need to remove an ice machine to repair the floor underneath. Those types of things, RSA call a refurbishment. They've broken out between acquisition for new facilities and refurbishment. Refurbishment, there's not a whole lot of funds you can use to do, and it's not very much money usually that we need, because we're not doing, you know, huge remodeling or anything, but there are instances where it comes up. I think we budgeted like $10,000 for the whole year for it.
Okay. I thought it sounds strange. John, you had
So
something?
the other thing that we're using the state, that money for is, for the purchases of less than $1,000, so that's something we need to discuss for next year as well, because that's something we want to be short term, but we need to keep that in mind as well.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Frank.
I have a question. Are we currently buying, like locks and keys and carts and stuff with that money for operators or not? Because I'm not sure where we've all landed. I mean, I think I know where we landed, but I wasn't sure where the program went with it or what position they had taken on it.
Mr. Chair, this is Amy again. So there was a motion at one of the meetings, I don't know exactly when it was, but you guys had motioned that carts, totes, I think just carts and totes, were the operator's responsibility, and as long as we had the funds, we would purchase the other things that are under $1,000, so locks, keys, microwaves. I think we've only been purchasing locks and keys for like transition purposes, or someone like, doesn't have keys or whatnot. We haven't been purchasing for like, if half your facility is one combination and the other half is another, we're not replacing all of those just because the funds are limited. But we are doing it for transitions and stuff.
Thanks.
Is there gonna be a motion, or, I know we've been motioning in the past to keep that in the bank or pass it out at the end of the year.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I say, Mr. Chair, that was another question I had. I know the past few years since the pandemic, any money that was left over, like after insurance or any money that was left, we would, the past 2 or 3 years, whatever it's been, I know we've been, money that was left, like last year, I think it was 68,000, the committee moved to, you know, make it matchable so that the program could use it to help fund the program. I guess my question is, do we know what money would be left, or do we have a budget number, what would be left? I know Amy said 50,000, or it was 100,000, and 50,000 is gone automatically for insurance, so that leaves us at 50, but then there's some other things that had to be purchased out of that, so do we know what that final number is, or have an idea?
Mr. Chair, we're unable to hear you over here.
What'd you say there?
We're unable to hear, yeah, ironically, I didn't speak very loudly. We're having difficulty hearing you guys.
Okay, no, I was just saying, wasn't it 54,000 left over after insurance? Amy? After insurance comes out of that, it's 54,000.
Mr. Chair, are you asking if the insurance comes out of the unassigned income?
Oh,
No,
I think they were-
I was just calculating what the total was of after insurance and everything, what was left.
So after insurance and refurbishments, it's like $40,000 that's left.
Mr. Chair, I move that we keep the state unassigned income as program funds in order to pay those expenses that are not covered under set aside and federal money. Well, hold on, scratch that. Take that away.
Okay.
I didn't say that. I move that we keep the unassigned income the same as we did last year. That makes it more simple.
Any discussion? All right, Derek?
He stepped out.
Oh, great.
Yvette?
Yvette?
I do have a question before we go.
Yeah, we put
What
it,
was it last year?
that we kept it all in the pot and we didn't give it out.
Okay,
Unassigned income.
okay, all right, I'll say yes, I apologize.
John?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
And I'm yes.
And Mr. Chair, this is something we talked about doing before, and I don't think it ever got done. And myself and Frank and Derek and the other previous chairs, I think, can take some of the fault for that. But we always talked about trying to figure out ways to get benefits into our operators. Other states are able to do it. They give their operators benefit money, and it's not a financial burden to the operators. They either let them, pay into the state systems, or they find a refund source or a resource somewhere of funds. There's things that other states do to allow this, and I'd like to see us put together a work group on exploring the possibility of finding sources of benefits for our
I got an
operators.
idea. Take a couple points off the set aside and put it in an escrow account. That sounds good. You guys want a work group for that, or?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I want to too, but, and that's actually my educational background, but I don't plan to do it right now.
Okay.
But I'd like to participate, but in a couple months.
We can put it off for a couple months.
That's
That's your background,
That's
that
my,
would
I
be.
mean, I've got MBA in finance, so, and I've sold insurance and securities in the past, so that's totally my background.
Well, you said no. Who else we got?
I'd serve on it. I don't want to serve on it.
Frank?
You gotta give me a couple months.
Frank thinks speaking.
Okay, well, me and John and Yvette, we'll get started here
Just give it a couple months.
in a couple months then.
Mr. Chair, I recommend Amy Sager for that work group.
Okay,
That's cool, I like that.
yeah, we need to be on there too.
Which work group?
Benefits. Yeah, I'll go ahead and start it, yeah.
I'm taking some of this set aside and put it inside.
That was my idea. I don't think that's.
We just,
I forgot what's next.
OVRC reimbursement?
you need to.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was it. Thank you, Derek.
Mr. Chair, since our hands are pretty much tied on that to follow state guidelines, I guess we just need a motion to continue it unless somebody has some other ideas.
Mr. Chair, I have no problem with moving to continue following the state guidelines. However, we did have one of the Bureau's own attorneys tell us in a meeting one time that even though the state has guidelines for that, the law says actual and necessary expenses. So if an actual and necessary expense doesn't necessarily meet those guidelines, people should be able to be reimbursed what the actual and necessary expense was. So we've not had a problem with following the guidelines. I don't have a problem with continuing that, but just to let everybody know that if for some reason your expenses exceed that, and it is an actual necessary expense in order to attend this meeting, somebody should be able to be reimbursed for that.
And Mr. Chair, that also includes, I think last year, we actually used it for the purpose of a field trip. Some committee members were reimbursed for their travel to, I think it was University of Toledo, right?
It was.
It was.
It's not restricted just to our attendance at meetings. It can involve other operations that other functions that we perform as well.
As a clarification, the law as far as the actual necessary expense, does refer specifically to attendance at regularly scheduled meetings.
Yes.
But the rate that we're talking can be used for other things. So all that being said, I move that we follow the state guidelines.
Discussion? I'm going to vote with Derek,
Yay.
Yvette,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Frank.
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
and me, yes.
That was Annette made the motion and John seconded. John,
Yes.
yeah, John seconded.
IVR update. Pretty sure we're probably in the same spot, but. Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Amy. Christy and I met with IVR, CBOS, and OVG, and they have come to an agreement that where the CBOS wallet would fit into IVR, they went over their like coding and APIs and all of that stuff. IVR needed to go back and do some research about the security and if it would be allowed in that way. They're supposed to, by the end of the month, providing us with a quote if it is, everything is good to go with security. Timeline wise, with the start of the fiscal year and projects, they wouldn't be able to start with coding until after the first of the year. That is, if we get the quote, and that it gets approved by you guys. So it wouldn't be able to happen before the end of the year. They would start it after the first of the year. But like I said, we are supposed to get a quote by the end of the month. And if we do, we will share that with the committee.
Mr. Chair, though, but they said that it can be done, though, but it's just gonna take time, right?
Mr. Chair, so yes, it can be done, but they are double checking the security aspect of it. There's just a lot of laws when it comes to banking information. So they're just double checking that to make sure they're good to go and going from there.
Mr. Chair,
Yvette, and then Julie.
Go ahead, Julia.
I was there at that original meeting because I'm old. And it was me, Steve Moore, Cindy Markin, and Lisa Kemp with the suits all sitting on the table. And it was agreed to that it would definitely mirror the OVG. And besides that, they said it would be a year or two to get it all together, which we understood. But after it was all said and done, it was going to mirror, including what OVG does, which is saving our numbers, and the phone does not. So you have to type them in every time. Well, that's all fine and good for people who can see, and that's all fine and good for people like me who remember all my numbers. But it is hard for somebody who's newly blinded, who doesn't remember their numbers, to keep putting those things back in over and over and over. That was the reason why they said, okay, we're gonna have it mirror everything that goes on in the OPG. So this should have happened when it first got started and didn't. And then I talked to my friend at the bank and he said, they make security changes all the time. You know, there's update dates and all kinds of stuff like that, and they make those all the time. They should be making those all the time.
I know OVG didn't always save your information. That happened later.
Correct. Correct.
But they were supposed to still mirror all the changes.
So, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that it did when it was first released, and the wallet functionality has evolved, and so I believe, Larry, you're right. But yes, our intent is for it to mirror it. It's just IT stuff, and when you're involving multiple different vendors, and vendors subcontract out vendors, it takes a long time. It does. There's nothing we can do about that. That's kind of beyond our control.
Mr. Chair, I've talked to Dean Hamels, and it's his concern and mine that we will continue to be penalized for this, as far as we're specifically talking about when it comes to inputting their account numbers and not, it's, and it doesn't repeat back and all that kind of stuff. So we would like the Bureau to agree that not specifically only in the matter of if there's an issue with an account number, that the person will not be penalized for that. If there's, skip digit, whatever, we're not talking about an NSF or anything like that. We're specifically talking about if there's an issue comes up with inputting these account numbers, that the people will not be penalized. And while this thing is being corrected.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
so I'd like to make a motion that happen, that people are not penalized if when using the IVR, they input their account number or their routing number incorrectly until this process is resolved.
Everyone's-
Seconded?
That was about Shackelford?
Yes.
She didn't like the motion very much, apparently.
That's why the sign is on the door not to use it.
Yeah, probably blind people aren't gonna see that though.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they haven't done more to, this is the second
Fix it.
month in a row that it's like
At
that.
least.
Discussion.
No, Mr. Chair, I would like to say that, I spoke with Dean Hamilton as well, and from what I understand, I think it's been agreed to that Dean, at least for now, withdrew his grievance with the understanding that if this process doesn't move in the right direction, that if he needs to, he can resubmit it. So it sounds like everybody's trying to do the right thing here and get everything moving in the right direction. And yes, I support this motion as well until we can get this sorted out and hopefully make this IVR system ADA compliant and where it needs to be. And, in the meantime, I agree with Yvette and with John that, we don't want people penalized until this system is working correctly and doing everything it's supposed to do.
Anybody else? All right, Derek,
Yes.
Yvette,
Yes.
John,
Yeah.
Frank,
Yes.
to the net lead?
She's
Okay, I'll say yes as well.
And Dwayne.
Oh, my bad, Dwayne, sorry, Dwayne.
See?
Oh. Sally, don't start.
Yeah,
Dwayne,
Dwayne can vote.
Ashley Anderson.
Now I'm out of place. What's going, Derek, where we at?
Huh?
You see.
UC, University of Cincinnati.
Something going on? Mr. Chair, can I start? Make sure this, okay, and that's back. So a couple things. Number one, I'm not sure if everybody on the committee knows, I think we sent it out, maybe not. University of Cincinnati, their government affairs and their chief legal reached out to Director Miller to request a meeting. They didn't give any specifics about what they want to discuss. They just said they want to meet with him, and it'll be me and Rick, I'm sure, to discuss the relationship between UC and OOD/BE. So we have a meeting set up for the 25th for that call. I can assume it's probably a myriad of issues. I think they're frustrated like we're frustrated, but I don't know if it's specifically about maybe your machine, Seth, or we sent them the notice about food trucks, third-party vending, or probably all of the above. So we'll have that meeting, and then we will fill you guys in as to what UC brought up. And part of our plan, though, is to also make sure that, yes, you might have your frustrations, but we have ours, and make sure we make those clear. So part of this, and it's not just UC, part of this discussion, I feel like, and the questions I had sent out based on the call we had a couple weeks ago. But we're kind of at this point as a program with these third-party vending opportunities in these different machines, we've had a machine show up at Youngstown State. Kent State's been asking about Farmer's Fridge as well. The universities talk, and it's also an arms race, so to speak, with the colleges. They're trying to attract students, and when they see they've got stuff to offer and show that they're doing, they all want to match and one-up each other a little bit. So we're at a point as a program where we need to solidify what our stances are on some of these, how we approach it so that we're consistent. So what we're telling UC is the same as Kelsey talking to Kent State, Kelsey Burrier and Tom Neal about Farmer's Fridge and how that works. And it's the same as, it's Kelsey again, and Larry talking to Youngstown State. And then when eventually, as we all know, it starts popping up at OU or Ohio State, or at some point, knock on wood, when we have Bowling Green and UT that we're having those discussions. So while it is right now a UC-centric issue, it's really a global issue, and how we move forward on this will really, kind of define how we fit into this. It's kind of a not new world order, but it's a new opportunities and things coming up. And so I think, we thought where we knew everybody was at, but we felt like the sands have been shifting a little bit. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page so that we're all communicating the same message and doing what we're supposed to and not assuming. And so that's why some of those questions about if there's a third-party vending opportunity like a pizza machine or a salad machine, is that with the operator to subcontract or contract with the grantor or the third party? The other second and very important question, which I feel like there's been some shift on, is if we pass on that opportunity, can the university contract with somebody else for that service, or are we saying you can't provide that service at all if we pass on it? Those are two big ones. I know there's some, and UT will come up a little bit about subcontracting out basically the entire facility to take a commission, or subcontracting out part of your facility. And that kind of goes to some of that. Are we providing jobs, or are we just collecting a check? And I'm sure if there's other ones that you guys want to talk about, but I know as a group, not everybody's on the same page, but if we could come to some motions so that we're all on the same page and, we can move forward. And I know there's questions about what's our position. So ultimately, our position as the SLA is going to be taking forward what you guys want to do, with some caveats. Is it legal? Is it logistically possible? Is it something that we feel that we could execute? And whether or not I think everything, or Christy or Rick thinks something's the best way to do it, or maybe we would do something different, we'll let you know. But ultimately, you guys as the operators, if you feel strongly about a certain position, then okay. Because as Demi mentioned on that call a couple weeks ago, most of this, it isn't black and white spelled out in the code or anywhere. There's some gray areas that we can take positions, and we have things that we can point to, but the other side probably has some things that they can point to on a position. So it's not like, this is one of those where it's kind of like, it's a little bit of an unknown, and why it's important that we decide how we want to approach it and what position are we going to take, and move forward together as a group on. So,
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Greg, in the email that the UC operators got that I've seen, and I don't know if the full committee's seen it, I'm not sure, but my question is, it said that UC's legislative liaison had reached out and requested a meeting with Director Miller. My question is, does OOD have a legislative liaison, and have you guys taken the same route?
So yes, Michael Graham's our legislative liaison, and I'm assuming he'll be part of the meeting as well. Yes, so, and they use their government affairs person, I think, as just their point person to reach out to the director, but I don't know if that's their protocol, but yes, we will have, Michael's will be involved in the meeting to hear what's going on.
Mr. Chair,
Good, John.
so, a couple things, I guess. So, I mean, our primary responsibility is to provide good customer service to these organizations. If there's a service that they request that we don't want to provide, it shouldn't be on us to say, well, you can't provide it because we don't want to provide it. If we don't want to provide it, then they should have the right to provide the service. And, you know, we can't just go in there and say, okay, we want commissions on everything we make. Because we're just gonna open a huge can of worms, and we're gonna end up losing all these facilities, because they're gonna go to the government and say, all right, we want this change, we don't want to be part of this priority anymore. So, in my opinion, if an operator doesn't want, the salad machine or noodle machine or something like that, then the university should be able to do what they want with it. As long as it's not competing directly with the operator. And when I say competing, I don't mean two different kinds of food. I'm talking about like if they want like a different kind of coffee machine, they should they should not be allowed to have. If we have coffee machines, but different types of product, if we don't want to do it, then that's our choice to make, and then they should be able to do what they want.
Mr. Chair,
Seth?
I guess my only statement on that is, with UC in particular, UC asks for the moon and then settles for much less. So I agree with what John is saying, but the problem is then we have grantors that will ask us for things that they know we will not do and then settle for much less. I think that's the first problem we need to take care of. We need to make sure that when they ask us for something, if we say no, that's what they do, nothing else. Because like I have a building now where they ask for a full-time counter service. And it's 3 hours of donuts twice a week. So that's the problem with, I agree with John that I don't think that we have the right to tell UC that they cannot have something that they want, it's their property. But we also have to make sure that our priority is protected from them doing things where they ask for things they know we're not going to do. Like with Farmer's Fridge, where they told us everything that was wrong. Everything they told us about Farmer's Fridge turned out to be incorrect. So that's where I think we need to go to protect our priorities, not so much whether or not we tell them they can or can't do something, but to make sure that they're open and honest with us in what they're asking for, so that we can make informed decisions.
Mr. Chair, I totally agree with what you're saying as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
That's exactly where I was gonna go. I think we can all agree at the first level, any vending that comes on campus, anything that they open up on campus, food service, they're supposed to come to us. I would hope everyone around the table can agree to that. Then we make a determination on, with our operators, with the committee, with the SLA, all of us together, on whether that's something we can do. If it's just a machine and, you know, the operators are involved, if it's a whole new thing, a counter, something like that, then we all get together and decide if that's something feasible. But he gave a great example. What we see is they say something with terms that they know we won't want or we can't live with, and then they make a deal. When we pass on it, then they give somebody a better deal than what we were asked about. And that's where the problem lies. I tend to agree with what John said. If, you know, all things are equal and we don't want it, if they find someone else to take it, okay, fine. If it's not harming, we turned it down, it wasn't harming our operator, they're doing that, that's fine. But then we have to assure that what they're actually getting is the same thing they asked us for. And that, I don't know how to do that, but that if they're telling us they want a full service cafe and we turn it down and then they're happy with donuts 3 days a week, they're being disingenuous. That's wrong, because that's not what they asked us for.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this, is that okay? Sorry. I was gonna say, that could be done, when we send them in writing a thing saying, a letter saying that we don't want this particular thing, that's where we put that in there. Say basically, so if you say you wanted a full counter every day, and you end up making it 3 hours twice a week, And that is not what we're disagreeing, we're not agreeing to. And by putting it in there, that protects us a little bit as well.
Mr. Chair, I think that when we have these opportunities, before we turn down anything, we need to start thinking out of the box on how, even if we can't do what they're asking, or we think that's not, we need to come back with a counter offer of what we can do, not what we can't do. And that way we don't lose out on opportunities, or we, hindsight is 20/20. If we could have seen some of this coming, maybe you all would have made a different decision. But now that we know these other subcontracts, other things exist, we need to be thinking of those things up front and offer those things from us coming, if those opportunities exist, where maybe our operator can partner with someone, blah, 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 to be able to provide what they want, maybe not exactly in the way they see it, but, maybe we can change some minds that way, instead of turning down things and saying, oh, no, we can't do this, because, we can do a lot of things. There's all kind of ways of getting to where we want to be as a program. You can't just say all vending, all counter service, all. We got to do a combination of things, while to choose them at the same time.
And I agree.
Mr. Chair,
David?
Yvette had a perfect idea, a counter to what they're proposing if we can't do it on, and everybody just acknowledged there's unreasonable terms that come with what they want more times than not. But us countering with some reasonable terms that we could live with, that's a great idea. And if we are going to waive something, that waiver should have a reasonable expiration date to where it has to come back to us again for reconsideration. We shouldn't just be waiving something indefinitely with no kind of time frame. But I definitely agree with countering.
Mr. Chair? I tend to, the other advantage to what Yvette said is if we do a counteroffer, and we use the example that Seth put forward, they ask for a full-service cafe. We counteroffer and say, okay, well, we can do coffee and donuts this often. And they say, well, that's not good enough. And then they end up doing exactly that. Then we have a record, documentation that we offered the exact thing they wanted and they lied to us. I mean, that gives us the ability to go back later and, question what they're doing. They can't just say, well, you waived this. No, we didn't waive donuts 3 days a week. We waived a full-service cafe. So if we counteroffer and they still don't take it, and then they come back and accept those terms, then with somebody else, then that makes them the bad guys. That made them the ones who didn't follow through.
So, Mr. Chair.
I got a lot of people talking. I don't know who was first.
I don't care. I can wait.
Frank and Mike.
Yeah, I think it was me and then Mike, and there might have been somebody else too. I didn't. The one thing I will say is when we put waivers together, from what I'm hearing, when we put waivers together, and Dave and I, we usually do try, in most cases, try and put a time limit on something. It needs to come back in 24 months or 36 months or something. We try really hard not to give somebody an indefinite waiver, but it also sounds like at this point, when we issue a waiver, and I'm not an attorney, but it sounds like this waiver needs to have some kind of, I don't know if I want to call it a disclaimer, but it needs to say something along the lines of, if the terms of this change, then it has to come back to the Business Enterprise Program for review.
Mike?
Yeah, mine, they do it all the time, just to put in the waiver, we have the right to match. So any other offer they get, they do it in pro sports and everything all the time. You have the right to match. Like if somebody gives her $1 million, I have the right to either match it or pass on it. Is there a way to put that in the waiver? That we have the right to match whatever they get. That way, if they get some lowball offer or something, it looks like to me that would solve a lot of problems.
Mr. Chair, I'm hoping that we don't have too many waivers. That we can think and we can figure out what we are, There's enough talent out there, enough opportunity out there with some of the innovation coming out and stuff, that we would kind of harness some of those things. But also, there's lots of colleges and things that we're not on. So we're gonna have to try to turn this around, so we don't have the reputation of a program that bullies their way in, or, that's difficult to work with. Because there's jobs out there and opportunities out there that we're not taking advantage of. So we're gonna have to try to figure out how we can, put a good face on our program, because we are capable people. And, that's willing to work with them. We don't want to always look like we have to fight everything. It's already to fight to get on, and let alone when we're on there, So I think that we just need, we need to figure out, like I said, approaching with counter offers, thinking out of the box of what we can take advantage of, to satisfy the need.
Mr. Chair, I agree with what Yvette is saying. Until we waive something though, and even what Mike said, until we waive something, our priority is still in effect. And so we don't just have the right to do something like that. I think it's well within our priority to say something like that.
Mr. Chair,
Kristen?
it's Christie. I agree with what everyone's saying, and I think that we can put stuff in waivers, but I just want to point out, waivers is not supported in the federal code or in state code. Someone eventually could challenge us on that. No one has yet, hopefully no one will. I think that that's something that as a group that maybe if we were to ever open up the state law, we could put something in there about waivers. I think, again, no one has challenged us on this, but they could push back on it. I'm just putting that out there.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's probably very true, and I think, like Yvette said, hopefully we should minimize waivers at all costs.
Mr. Chair.
Here.
The interesting thing about that, though, the idea of waivers and not having many waivers, is there actually is a gazillion opportunities out there that we're not capable of taking on at any one time. So we do have to pick and choose what exactly it is that we're going to go after, because we can't go after everything. And the structure of the law doesn't actually allow for waivers. What it allows for is we define what a suitable vending facility is, and then anything that's outside of that, the grantors are then able, or the property managers are then able to utilize any way they choose that's outside of what we've determined is the suitable vending facility. I'm all for going after as many opportunities as we can get, but we have to do that in a measured way. And Yvette mentioned, putting a good face on our program. I wholeheartedly agree with that. We don't want to go around bullying property managers into thinking they have to do everything we want. We need to focus on what we're reasonably capable of doing, while at the same time moving forward, creating new jobs for people. And what's the best way to do that, and to ensure that it gets done, and to ensure that we're not spending all of our time in petty battles, instead of doing great things like getting big opportunities going. And I'm just wholeheartedly against getting in a kerfuffle with a university over a noodle machine. It's not a good face to put on our program. We should be more concerned about the massive untapped opportunities that are out there. Let's focus on those instead of these smaller things. And I do, Seth made a great point about, and Annette supported this idea that, and this is what's happening at the University of Toledo. This has been their game plan from the very beginning. They came up with something that they want on their campus that they know we can't provide the way that they want it provided. We can provide it. we just can't provide exactly what they want, a franchise Starbucks. And that's something that we can't allow either. So we've got to, I think Dimitri might have used the term pick a lane. That's what we have to do today regarding the meetings that we're going to have with UC, and later we're going to talk about with UT. And actually, I think the UT issue is actually more complex and profound than the UC issue, but they both need to be addressed.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Seth,
First of all, I would just like to, this idea of our priority is bullying a university should just be disbanded with it. If it's under priority, it's not bullying a university to say that this is our priority. That's my only thing on what Derek said. It's not bullying to support our priority. It's just simple.
Mr. Chair, Seth, I wasn't suggesting that. What I was
Yes.
saying is they're viewing it that way.
Yes.
Yes, it's the perception,
These colleges
correct.
talk to the perception. These colleges talk to one another, which they do. It'll get around. That's the way this is what they do. And so we want to make sure that we keep this to a minimum, but I think counter offering things, making sure that we've looked at every option, even partnering with someone, the partnership with other companies where maybe we get a percentage or whatever it is that we need to do to capitalize on those opportunities. Which is within the law or is within the rules, but I think that we as a program, we as operators need to broaden our horizons a little bit of what we are capable of doing. I kind of cringe a little bit when, and I guess it's just me, when someone says we're not capable of doing something. How do we know if we haven't pursued it, we haven't really looked at it, turned it over to see what we're capable of? That's my, maybe that's just me.
Mr. Chair,
Dave,
I agree with what Yvette said. I definitely agree with what Seth said. And I also disagree with the idea that we should not fight over a noodle machine. That is in fact a vending machine, which falls well within our priority. And however they try to circumvent that priority, that's not right. And it's definitely not bullying to assert our priority for business that we should be providing. And as far as UT goes, we're already providing the coffee service that we can do, and that should be the end of it. We can't allow ourselves to be forced down by a Starbucks just because that's what UT wants. The coffee kiosk is there, that's the level of service that it's been said many times, we determine the level of service, and that should be the end of it.
Mr. Chair. The idea behind my saying that about the noodle machine is that what the law requires is that the Bureau determines what a suitable vending facility is. And unless the Bureau goes in and says, we want to get into the noodle machine business, we really shouldn't be pursuing anything beyond establishing the utilization of noodle vending machines. And I think what's happened is we're looking for ways to not do that kind of business ourselves, but expect other people to do the work for us and sit back and collect reward for that because it's our priority. And that's what I object to philosophically in the most profound way. We're in the business of employing blind people to operate facilities. And this is a small version of this. There's other versions that people are desirous of having that are the same thing, but really go against the purpose of the program. What Annette read earlier about the first line of the Randolph-Shepard Act, the authorization is for us to employ blind people to operate these facilities. And I don't think that the way the noodle machine thing is coming about suits what our program should be about, is my problem with it.
Go.
Jesus.
What's this agenda, you see, I think, Greg was asking for, some sort of, I know you guys wanna go back and forth on the noodle machine.
Yes, sir.
People do have their differences, we do this every month. But Greg was trying to get some clear definition of what to move forward with, and he's looking for some motions. And we can argue over a noodle machine for the year. We all know where everybody stands.
But Mr. Chair, it's bigger than one noodle machine.
Well, you said that before, Dave.
It's
We've heard that before.
it's bigger than one noodle machine. The idea that a
Can-
noodle machine somehow diminishes our jobs or what we're doing, or that's somehow different than providing jobs that other vending machines do. It's ludicrous. It doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Chair,
Chris,
to stay on the noodle machine, they came to us in May with that opportunity for the noodle machine and gave us 30 days. And I believe, and I understand that there's this perception here that they're trying to come up with products and ideas that will take us out of contention. But I think also part of their, and I'm not defending them, but part of where they're coming from is that we want to compete, we want to provide the service for our 60,000 student body. We want to supplement and not, have the availability of having a machine be able to run 24/7 and not have cafeteria and wages. That's part of it. So I think part of their frustration too is we have come to you. Have they done it right out of the gate? No. They should not have involved Airmark. They should have come straight to us, not included Airmark. But we're like 5 months later or 4 months later, and they still don't have their noodle machine, and we still haven't made a decision on our position on, are we running the noodle? Are we going to subcontract with the noodle? So that's a frustration too. I think what we're focused on is priority, and it is important, but we have to move forward on what lane are we picking, and I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Chair? Sorry.
Dave,
No, those are pretty close.
The concern I have with all these Aeromark being allowed to bring all these machines onto the University of Cincinnati campus or any other campus where Aeromark may be operating in the state of Ohio, once Aeromark starts getting a foothold in the quote-unquote vending machines, I wholeheartedly believe our days on a university campus or wherever Aeromark is operated will start to be numbered. Because once we let Aeromark in, unless we're in control of that, or maybe subcontracting with them or partner with them, which is what I think some of the UC operators and even the SLA tried to, and the consultant did have a meeting with Aeromark, and I think that idea was pitched, and Aeromark didn't say no. They said they would have to talk about it and come back, but nobody's ever heard back from them, but I don't know that there's been any follow-up either. But that's my biggest concern, that we should do things if those type of machines are going to be there, and that's not necessarily a perfect world, I understand that, but at the same time, I would rather we be in control of those situations, even if it's only through subcontracting, we have control, and then our people are partnering with, a company, whether that be Farmer's Fridge or Yokai or just pick a company. But the problem, my concern is, if Aeromark's allowed to bring those machines on campus, that, like Greg just said earlier, these universities talk to each other. That's going to start transitioning to, or going across the state, and it's going to become more and more vending machines, and eventually the snack and pop, they might still be there, but they're going to be relegated, and eventually UC and these other universities are probably going to try to do with these other, what they might call premium machines, or their pizza machines or their noodle machine or whatever, do what they did at UC in the initial setup with Farmer's Fridge, was start moving our program machines to the back of the buildings or behind whatever, and it would. I I use the analogy of, good Lord, what are they trying to do? Put us back to the 1970s where everybody was behind a staircase down in the basement or something so they couldn't be seen? So it's a major concern and it's a problem and we need to figure out a way to do it. And before we talk to UC or UT, we all need to be on the same page. I said that before, we need to figure out what that is and we need to move forward.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, is that said?
Yes, it is. Just a few things over the noodle machine. First of all, disagree with Derek's philosophy that we shouldn't do it. The fact of the matter still remains that besides the plug and play farmer's fridge, UC is not available to put any of these machines that they're talking about in any of the places that they want to put them right now. They can't put any pizza machines in because the electricity isn't ran. They can't put any yokai machines in because they don't have drains. I mean, they want to put a yokai machine at the Langston Library that doesn't have a freshwater drain, which they need. They have two separate waters. They have the clean water and the dirty water, and they drain the clean water. They drain immediately. If there's no drain for it, they can't put the machines there. So the time frame that Christy was talking about, they asked us in May, and we're still not doing it. They couldn't put the machine on today if we said yes. Same with the pizza machine. So I don't think this whole thing that we're holding UC up or any university is even in the realm of possibilities right now, except for something like Farmer's Fridge where they just bring it in and plug it into the wall. So that's my statement on the making UC upset that we're not answering their question. Their question can't be answered anyways because they can't put the machines in now, even if we gave them a go ahead.
I think they also can't move forward with the maintenance as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's why I say that since this is a test for us as far as how this comes out, how we handle it, UC and all that, and how we move forward as well with these, other universities that we're dealing with, because we're opening up the door for these companies, these colleges to get these companies when we turn down certain things, So if we can convince them to, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be easy, convince them to, with counter offers or other things, then, maybe we, won't find ourselves in these positions.
Mr. Chair, I'm just curious about the actual mechanics of when a university comes to us and says we want a pizza vending machine, an automated vending pizza maker. How should that go in relation to the law and our priority in establishing what a suitable facility is? How should that happen? How should that occur? They come to us, they say that's what they want. What's our next step then? We look at that opportunity and decide, is that a business that we see us as a program getting into?
Mr. Chair, this is Tam Chavez. To just tie off what Derek was saying, I think that's the correct process. The university comes to us, or to the Bureau, right?
I'm sorry, can you speak up, please?
Yeah, they can do a suitability analysis. Is this suitable for us? Yes or no? If the answer is no, then according to the law, but also AG opinions in 2002, 2014, after that the university is free to do what they want to do, in the sense of, if we say, no, we don't want to do this, right? They're not required, even the 2002 Attorney General opinion states, the Bureau does not have the authority to require a commission from the university if, if essentially the Bureau decides, no, we're not going to take this on, even if it's suitable. So let's say they come to us, do the suitability, assessment. We decide it is suitable, but probably it's not something that we can do. The Bureau doesn't have the authority to then turn around and say, hey, we can't do this, even though it is suitable, but we're deciding not to do this, but you have to pay us a commission. That is spelled out in the 2002 AG opinion. The Bureau does not have that authority to do so.
We agree.
Right, and so I'm just tying off what Derek is saying as far as When we talk about priority, that's exactly what that means, right? We have, the committee has the priority when it comes to, hey, we're thinking about doing this, then presenting it to the Bureau. I understand the other concerns of maybe they are presenting, right, impossible situations or they're asking for things that maybe are not feasible, but I think those types of issues can hopefully be addressed with the university, in those meetings. But everyone's preparing to have with UC and UT.
Mr. Chair.
And I'll be the third on that.
Mr. Chair, Derek, your question was, if it was a university involved in your example that asked for a pizza machine, how would we move forward? Is that what your example was?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, what I'm saying is, once that offer is made to us, and then we evaluate what we want or can or should do with a pizza machine, what happens then? I mean, are we at that point, are we supposed to go buy pizza machines to offer that? Or does it turn into a situation where we say, yeah, Max Pizza's the one doing this in Cincinnati, so, we like the idea, so we're gonna go, in order to assert our priority, what we'll do is we'll partner with them, or we'll just contract with them and request a commission from them. I mean, what does that look like at that point? What is that really the purpose of our priority? Is that really how we should be doing it? Or should we look at it from the point of view like we would with beverages, or snacks? We're going to provide the equipment, which is required by law, by the way, for the Bureau to provide the equipment necessary to do this. It's not the same thing if we get into these convoluted third-party contracts. It's not supported by the mechanism that's outlined in the law as to how the
Partly, Mr. Chair, partly, we're gonna, when university or someone approaches us, first we gotta find it suitable. So we find it suitable, then we ought to be able to find a way, maybe not specific, like I said, because first we have to figure out what we can do. Not what we can't do, what we can do. And if they say they want a pizza machine, and, if there's a way for us to provide it, if we find it feasible to provide that specific, or maybe we can counteroffer, because we never know. Counteroffer with maybe something else that they may like. I mean, I don't know I understand as you saying that's using our priority, but if we find it suitable, then we should also be able to find suitable ways to make those, entities happy, or whatever we can, try to come up with. And that's innovation, and that's what, I don't have a problem with, partnering in order to provide a job for an operator and give the grantor what they want, if it's feasible, I'm not saying every situation will be that, but I'll just say we gotta start thinking, because we're losing locations, we're losing, technology's changing, there's so many things that's getting to be more popular. We have to change as a program on what we can and can't do, workplaces are changing, we have to change as well.
David, so at what point did we start trying to determine site suitability for a different type of vending machine? In UC's case, and probably most other cases, we already have existing vending machines, snacks or drinks there. So to suggest that we have to make another suitability determination when we already have machines right beside the proposed new machine is ridiculous. And we're talking about additional different types of machines. The suitability is already been determined. And there's nothing wrong with contracting with an outside company to provide those machines if they give us a commission. There's nothing wrong with that. We can work that out ourselves.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
We're already there. We already have, the suitability has already been determined because we're on the campus. And how are you going to grow the program don't have any foresight or imagination on how to do it, other than to say, we need more jobs, but we can't go about making those by any means other than sacrament.
Mr. Chair.
It's ridiculous.
Mr.
I
Chair.
think so.
I've been waiting my turn, so, was I recognized, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tammy, is it?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the Attorney General's opinion of 2002 and 2014 was whether or not the BE program can accept or charge commissions, correct?
It wasn't accepted, it's whether they have the authority to require. Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
but-
I apologize,
But we are not BE. We are independent contractors. So that opinion is not about us, that's about the state agency, business enterprises, correct? The SLA cannot say you give us a commission or charge a commission. They can't do that. We all agree. So this discussion is not about whether BE can accept a commission.
No.
It's about whether an operator can accept a commission. So thank you for your explanation, but your explanation doesn't really go to what we're talking about, operators as opposed to the SLA.
Mr. Chair, but operators are part of the program,
No.
right? They are,
No, we are not.
We're individuals, so.
Mr. Chair.
Your contract.
You're ignoring the contract structure that is represented by the programs BGA and your BOA. And I want
What am I
to,
ignoring?
Contract structure.
Well, where?
Mr. Chair, I want to respond to Dave's notion that I'm not suggesting that we should avoid opportunities. I'm suggesting that we should be more judicious in which opportunities we pursue. I've put on the agenda for today discussions about NASA and Elkton and the VA, the Veterans Administration, and the secondary highways. I've also been saying for quite some time that we need the beverages at campuses. We finally got that done. I've been saying for a long time that we need to go after a bunch more campuses, which we are doing. I'm not interested in single vending machine opportunities so much as I'm interested in creating real opportunities for actual jobs, not just tiny site attachments that are so convoluted that it's causing all of this turmoil. Let's create jobs instead of worrying about a pizza machine that's not going to affect us in any way, shape, or form.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
I'm sorry.
This is Seth's wife,
Oh,
Her name is Nan.
Nan.
go ahead.
I just think it needs to be acknowledged, and it has not been said yet, that every dollar that goes into a vending machine that does not belong to a BE operator is a dollar that does not go into their machine. So you say it doesn't affect the BE operator, but in fact it does, because every dollar spent there is not spent in one of the machines. So not only does it affect the operator, it also affects the amount of money that they put back into the program.
Mr. Chair, I also wanted to make a comment as far as the opportunities, because, you know, like cafeterias and stuff, you know, the program has decided, you know, because cafeterias are going out. So some of these other things is ways for us to be able to, you know, pizza machines, this kind of thing. If we can partner with these companies to be able to provide some of these things that these universities want, I think that, you know, it's a win-win for the program, without the program having to pay for the equipment. And the operators still be able to capitalize on those dollars and go back into the program as well. So, you know, I think I understand what you're saying, Derek, but I think that it's important for us to realize that the sea has changed and the dynamics, and we need to adjust. We can't just think of just snack and pop and this, because there's services and things out there, just like we just went into micro markets and all that kind of stuff. I mean, micro markets didn't exist years ago, but now they do, and now they're popular. So I think that, you know, we just gotta be a little bit more innovative, and I agree that we have to be careful and be very selective of what we go into. But I think that we have to, and I think, Seth, what you were saying as far as we have to pay it, we have a contract
we are under, the Bureau has a contract and we have a contract with the Bureau. So where we get this notion that it doesn't affect us, well, it does, and we have to be able to follow all that, I think we need to recognize that, all those issues come into play. Because we are under, this Ohioans with Disability and ran by an agency. Our program is ran by an agency. And there's rules and things that they have to follow. And ultimately, some of that trickles down to us, even though we are self-employed people.
Mr. Chair?
Chair.
Anybody gonna make a motion? Or we just gonna argue?
Probably. Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
This has been probably one of the most convoluted situations that I've witnessed in 25 years of being here. And we've had some doozies, that says something. Yvette is absolutely right, and the reason why this is convoluted is because we have not been innovative. The university came to us and they caught us, unawares. And it's because we have been apathy, I'm not pointing a finger at the UC folks, I'm pointing at folks all over the state. We don't look to improve, we're happy with our snacks and our pop and just going about our merry way doing that. And all of a sudden, if a grantor, any grantor, wants more, we're caught in a situation of having to react to that. We should be the innovators. It should have been us going to the university and saying, we would love to come to you and provide more service to you. Let's look at how we can do that. And I think if it had been us to bring this forward, if it had been Dave or Seth or anyone else in any other place to come forward and say, hey, I talked to Yokai, I talked to Matt, we would like to do this, nobody would think twice of it. The problem we're having is we are putting ourselves into a reactionary state, and that's going to happen. We can't read everybody's mind, and they're going to come up with some ideas that we would have never thought of. But what we need to start doing is exactly what Yvette said. Be innovative. Look for things. Nobody would think twice. And I'm with Derek to some extent. I don't agree with him all the way. I think if there are opportunities, I don't think anyone would care if this was an office building or a rest area. If I decided at my rest area that it was a good idea for me to put in a sharing machine like that where I got a check from the profit and everyone was on board with that, I don't think anyone would think twice of it. But if it was we were trying to take a full service, multi-million-dollar thing and just sit back and collect a check, I think that's a problem. So like many things in BE, we gotta figure out where the line is. But this is where we gotta be. This UC thing, I don't know the answer to that. I told you, it's the most convoluted thing I've ever had. Larry asked for motion and properly so. We could argue about this till the cows come home, obviously, and I wouldn't know where to fall on it. But just for future, let's start being the person, the entity that comes up with these ideas instead of having to react to them.
So, Mr. Chair, can I?
Please.
Okay. So, listening to the discussion, I've been taking notes and I'm kind of writing down what I think I'm hearing from most of the group, at least the process-wise. I know there's other commissions, but just in thinking about this process. So let me kind of run this by and see if this is where we're at. So, university grantor has an opportunity they want to do, whether it's a pizza machine, burger machine. What is yokai? Is that the noodle? Is that the noodle machine? Okay. And so they come to us, and so it's the operator, if there's already an operator and it's their facility, or BE, or both, they look at the opportunity. If the operator says, yeah, I'd like to do that, then you could move to either, depending on the opportunity, it's something that we do, or it's contracting with a third party for like the pizza machines and things. And that's between, if there's an established operator in the facility, between the operator and that company to provide that service. If we look at this opportunity, there's two paths if there's a no. I'm hearing there's no, but we counteroffer another option. And if we counter another option, then there's two decision points. The university says, yes, we like your counteroffer, and then we move forward either as the program or, again, a third-party contract to provide that service. If the counteroffer is from the university, they're like, no, we really want X, then we can say no. And then the caveat on the no is at some point when we say no, then the university or grantor is free to then contract or provide that service themselves with somebody else. And we would provide a waiver with a time frame for us to review, and probably some other language that I've heard talk about if you go beyond the scope or do less or something, we have the right to come back in and assert our priority. It's not the language we'd use, but I'm just making sure I'm capturing what I'm hearing here. So does that capture?
I think it did. I think it did.
Good luck taking a break.
Is that it, Jeff? That's enough for you?
Mr. Chair, what he just explained, I agree with in principle. It's just, I guess the problem has been, since the beginning, people saying, we shouldn't even look at this. This vending machine, we shouldn't even look at. I think that's the point that we need to get past, where all this convoluted mess is coming from. It's the fact that we have people on the committee going, we shouldn't even be considering these, let alone figuring out how to fix them. I think we need to come to a conclusion, and I wish somebody would raise a motion because I can't, that we as a program, we as operators agree that a vending machine is a vending machine, and that's our priority, period. And we should defend that in whatever way possible.
I'm still a little concerned, Seth, if you were to set up agreements with your machines.
Yes.
And then left your facility, what would that look like for the incoming operator?
That would be between the incoming operator and the company to set up one, or I may be forced to continue to pay something that I'm no longer doing because I made a poor business decision.
Well, that kind of leaves the facility in a bind, is what I'm kind of pointing out.
I don't think, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't think that we can go and say that we shouldn't do something because of what may happen in the future.
It will happen in the future, Seth. This is a program that's going to hopefully long last all of us here.
I understand that. I understand that. And could you give me an example of anybody who would walk into a facility and they go, this machine over here, you don't have to touch it, we'll give you 10% every month, and they go, no, don't want that. I mean,
well, you've entered into a contract with them, and now you're leaving the location. How does that work?
The next person signs a contract to have that machine sit there and get 10% of it without touching it.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I think how you can solve that problem is, first of all, you can post a bid that those contracts exist. Secondly, the person you're contracting with, the company that you're contracting with, when you go into that, you make them aware of that how the program works, because I'm sure you're gonna have that of what you're doing, and there may be someone coming, so they have a good understanding that there may be someone else coming down the pike. I'm sure that someone who bids on a location and Steph's making money at his contracts that he's, his outside, companies that he's using, and he's making money at it. I'm sure someone who bids on the location is not gonna come in and go, oh, I don't wanna make that money, go away. No, if you bidding on this, it's in the bid, this is the issue wherein when we have a bid, and what's in that bid, and someone comes in and decides, I don't want part of this after getting the location, that should not be.
All right, I just want to ask a question.
Mr. Chair, I mean, as long as we're asking this question, because we're going to have to ask it in a big way when it comes to UT. Is this the way that we want to operate when it comes to the bigger opportunities that universities or other entities might come to us with? For example, all of the food service at a university. Do we then establish that as traditional facilities where we buy the equipment and go in with our operators and run it ourselves? Or are we now going to turn those into opportunities that will just be, we contract with somebody else to do everything and we just ask for a commission from that? Is that where this is headed?
Mr. Chair,
John.
for one thing, if we contract with the subcontractor, we're still the contractor and we're still responsible for any issues that take place. For example, if someone gets food poisoning, it's on us, it's not on the subcontractor. Because we're able to contract with it. And that needs to be thought about.
Mr. Chair, not only that,
Not my
if you
question.
think about it, it saves the program money if someone else is providing the
You're
equipment. If someone else is providing the equipment, which we're sitting there talking about our budgets and we struggle to buy new equipment, and all that kind of stuff. So I think that we are smart enough that we can find ways to where it benefits us. It may not be perfect, but it doesn't mean that we should not look at this and pursue it. We have to change as a program. We have to be able to adapt. And I know it's difficult for some of us old dogs to do it, but we need to be able to do that in order to capitalize on these new businesses and new opportunities. Because, there's money out there that we're not doing it because, we're not presenting every aspect that we can. We're turning down things that we probably, if we kind of second thought of it differently, we could have done.
Mr. Chair, I mean, just let me reiterate my question. My question is, are those the opportunities that we're now going to pursue that we go, and there are billions of dollars of business out there that aren't going into our pockets. But is that what we're headed towards? Not developing our own opportunities, but taking the opportunities of others and asking them to give us part of their profits and do nothing.
Why can't we do both?
Yeah, I agree.
Why can't we do both?
If one, we don't have to do anything, and the other ones we have to work for, why don't we put all our work into your grand ideas that you have for throughout the state and allow this one over here that's already being, and just thank you for the 10%. We appreciate you, Aaron Mark. Good job. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I mean, does that apply to all of the business in the whole state of Ohio? Should we go out there and say to everybody that runs these businesses on state property that, you all have to give us a commission? Is that what that sounds like that's what we're headed towards.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer there not be an arrow mark as far as us having them come in, us having a fight with them or coming in. But I think that this should only apply for some things that are grantors or people coming to us that we may find difficult of doing on our own only. That we may find difficult of doing on our own. I don't think that should apply to everything. We can't use a brush and try to paint this big picture that it should cover everything. No, it should not. But I think that we should be able to look at those opportunities, and it mainly in the cases wherein the grantor wants certain things that we may have to, go about it differently. But no, I think we should be able to do both, and we, we have to pick what opportunities or what situations fit, but I don't think we have to pick and,
Mr. Chair, if why would we have to pick if all we're going to do is enter into contracts with people that say, give us 10% of your profits? There's nothing to pick and choose. Just go get every one of them that exists. And that's certainly what's being suggested for the University of Cincinnati. As the RFP is going out, and the operators at UC want exactly that to happen. They want to get into a contract with Aramark that says, you guys do all the work and we'll take 10% or whatever they can negotiate. That's also how the noodle machine is working currently. They're trying to say, Aramark, you can do your yokai contract and we want 2/3 of whatever you make off of that for them doing the work. And that's not what this program is about. We're not about going around to people who are conducting business on state property and saying, we can't do it, we don't want to do it, or whatever. But as long as you're doing it and we have a priority here, we're going to demand a commission from you. That's outrageous.
Mr. Chair.
I think David,
I mean, first off, the idea that anybody's suggesting we go after every single thing in the state like that, again, it's just ridiculous. This is just not something he wants to do. And we can't just constantly hide behind fear of what ifs and things like that. That is right. We have to do both. And nobody is forcing Aramark to do anything. We proposed it on a call, and Aramark did not say no. They said they would talk about it and get back to us. We haven't heard anything from them, but they didn't say no. And again, they're free to choose. They don't have to do it.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Seth is
question.
next, I believe.
First of all, no one's asking for 2/3 of the, I don't know where that number came from. That's just pulled out of thin air.
It was not pulled out of thin air. That was pulled, that's a quote from, Mr. Chair, that's a quote from Dave, not pulled out of thin air.
2/3? Never heard that. Okay,
2/3 of 15%, yes, that's exactly what Dave told me.
10% is 50. Thank you. I guess my point is, if our entire point is to grow the program, is 10% of 10%, is it not better to have 10% of 10% or to have 0 of 100%? I mean, if we collect 10% of Aramark, just for sitting there and doing nothing, which I don't see why that would be a problem with anybody, but if we were to collect 10% as an operator, wouldn't we pay that portion back, and isn't that money into the program where we're talking right now where we can't afford to offer benefits to people like other states because we have $50,000? I mean, why would we turn down money?
I think it sounds great, but I don't think Aramark would like it too much.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen if we start doing that is Aramark's gonna go to the government and we're gonna lose our priority on the campuses in the first place.
Yes, that would have to go through the legislature.
Yes, and they will, very good.
The military has even tried that and failed. Aramark or one university is not going to be able to do that.
It's
Mr.
not
Chair,
one university.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, and I hope we can get back to Greg's notes there.
I think
because
Greg's
that's what we
good.
need
I
to
think
do.
Greg's good. We're just arguing about other stuff.
Exactly.
Motion to pass.
But
Can-
it's not one university, where I talked a little bit ago and said, we gotta figure out where the line is. Going to 10% of all the business of every food at UC is definitely on the wrong side of the line. Now, getting the commission off of a vending machine is probably on the other side of the line. I don't know where that line is, but I will tell you, if we ever attempt to try and get every bit of food service, a commission on that at University of Cincinnati and following suit then for other universities, because it wouldn't stop there. That is where, and I've never been one to fear of people, everyone over years have said, oh, they'll open the law, they'll do this, and I've always been one to say laws are hard to pass. They're very hard to change, especially when it's throwing blind people out of work. If we try to grab something like 10% of all the food service at universities, we're talking millions. That will do that. That will get them, the Board of Regents, it's not Aramark doing it, it's not the University of Cincinnati doing it, it is the state of Ohio who would do it. And we are not it's not taking away jobs from blind people at that point. It is, let's preserve the education cost of the students that's going there. Because what would happen if they gave us 10%? They're raising all their food service costs by 10%, passing it on to the students. All of a sudden, we've become not the sympathetic party of blind people wanting jobs. We've become the greedy people that just want to grab money for nothing. That would change the law.
Exactly.
Mr. Chair, why would we want to always be the sympathetic party? We either have priority or we don't. We should pursue our business and interests under that priority. We can't just hide in fear because somebody might try to go change the law.
What if we don't have the priority anymore?
We won't have the.
That's
Well,
not.
Yes.
It's bull. It will. If it's millions of dollars.
I'm gonna move the discussion along. We
Thank
got
you.
more stuff on the agenda.
Thank you.
University of Toledo will probably fall right into the same argument, or did we cover that already?
Yeah, we still need a motion.
Yeah,
I put a motion that we, accept Greg's notes as how we're gonna move. Look, it's my
Well,
first time.
that's great.
I second.
hold on.
He doesn't like it.
Long motion.
Yeah,
Yeah, read your motion, Greg.
no, I'm making a motion. All right, let's have some fun
He
then.
wants one. They do need a motion, because they're gonna meet with these folks, and the Bureau is coming to us wanting a motion, and it's our obligation to give them some
I think
kind
your
of.
notes summed it up.
Yeah, I
You
think
want
it
to
is.
motion?
So how do we, I'm gonna look at the attorneys.
Touch perfection, Greg.
Yvette is moving that we accept Greg's outline that he established to move forward with the university.
Anybody need to hear it again?
Yeah, so,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't put Greg's name in the
No.
motion, but I would perhaps read that out, read some portion of that out loud to replace Greg in the motion.
yeah, so I don't know how, other than having to, I'm asking the attorney, like, it has to be spelled out. It can't just say my notes or what I
Right.
said,
Yeah.
because then it's not really part of the record.
Well, hold on, read
Yeah.
your notes again,
Okay,
and then somebody will move to accept that.
okay, we're good with that, okay. All right, so a university or a grantor brings to us a vending opportunity such as, pizza, yokai. Then it's up to the operator and BE to review the opportunity. At that point, there's a yes or no decision to be made. If it is yes, then the operator is able to contract with the grantor or a third party for that service to be provided. If the answer, as it's brought to us, is no, there's two paths from there. Either they're free to go and the university can go contract with whoever to provide it, or we say no, but counter with a different option. Once we counter, then there's a decision point there from the university or grantor of yes or no. If the university says, yeah, we like your counter offer, then we can contract with a third party to provide it, or depending on what it is, maybe it's the Bureau and the operator purchase whatever machine or equipment and provide that opportunity. If the university says no to our counteroffer, and we say no, or if the university says no, we don't like your counteroffer, we want X that we initially came with, then the university is free to contract or provide the service under a waiver that we provide that's time limited and has some language regarding, they have to, if it's not exactly what was presented, or there's some language about us being able to assert if they're not providing what they initially had proposed to us. That's a little confusing. That needs some work when the actual language, but.
Mr. Chair,
Somebody needs to second
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Someone needs to first it and second it.
Oh, and that first did it.
Well, Yvette and
Yvette,
then
will
John.
Yeah.
Move to accept that.
Yes.
Yvette and John,
Yvette.
Yes.
Yvette and John do it right there.
And I think before we say no, we need to counter offer, but yes.
It's in there.
Pretty much
It's
sums
in
it
there.
up.
Yeah, it was
It
going.
pretty much sums it up.
Everything's in there.
It's like ragu.
Mr. Chair,
That's the, yeah.
So Yvette first
in there.
it and John seconded?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
can we just, to help clarify, just simply put that if we send a waiver back, it includes the exact language that was given to us? We waive your idea of a full-service vending counter for 20 hours a day, serving this type of food, so that if it's, what they asked us for is in the waiver if we have to waive something, and that gives us the ability to say, this is what's different, that's not what we waived.
I think that's kind of what it said.
It was, but that's a better way than I was articulating it than I was, so thank you.
Mr. Chair,
is there anything in there that keeps the company, the university from going to a company and coming up with a different offer? Is there anything in there about we have the right to match what comes through? You know, if they want a full service food, then all of a sudden they go out and accept half a day food, do we have the right, is there anything in there that says we have the right to match what other proposals they come up with?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's what the language in the waiver's about.
that's what Seth was just saying.
Yeah, if it's changed. And Seth is saying that the waiver should also include the original contract that was sent to you, or proposal that was sent to us.
All right, we got a motion, Derek.
What, no discussion?
I've heard it.
That's not funny.
Yeah, it was.
No,
No? Oh,
no.
you bet.
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Okay, so I have two dissents, two no's, Derek and who else?
No,
Just
it was
Derek.
Just Derek.
Just Derek, because I said it twice.
He was the lone wolf.
That's what I thought I heard.
You do.
And I'm yes.
All right. Is it lunchtime?
11:02.
It's UT time.
Oh, that's the discussion all.
University of Toledo.
Need a whole nother page after that. Right?
You're gonna need a whole nother book.
I know.
You thought that one was hard. This one's gonna be impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we get a lot of complaints about nobody being able to hear.
There is,
Yeah, I got
Mr.
one.
Chair, I have that actually coming, I was gonna bring that up later when the agenda allowed, yeah.
Okay.
Hearing this too, so, but
Mr. Chair, I got one as well.
not that I can do about it, I'm right here.
Oh, where are we at with the Toledo? I forgot.
Mr. Chair, I can provide an update. So at the last meeting, we talked about possibly having legal discussions just to figure out what the law did or did not allow. To that end, I met with UT's counsel and Dimitri as well, just to talk about possible legal barriers, that we may encounter, and hopefully try to address those prior to the meeting with the group, right? So then we're not going and talking about what the law permits or doesn't permit during that meeting. So I met with them earlier this week and talked about, again, no decisions. It was more so, does the law allow this or not? And so, it's not spelled out whether it's, permissible or not permissible. However, essentially what I stated regarding the statute as well as the 2002 AG opinion, the Bureau is not authorized to require that commission, right? But it does not spell out whether the parties can't contract that. So part of our discussion was, is it spelled out? Is there something that will prohibit this from moving forward? The answer is no. The AG opinion is very clear when it states, the Bureau cannot require that commission. However, whether the parties decide to agree to a commission or not, I think that'll be up to the Bureau, the committee, and the agency, which in this case, or college university, which in this case is UT.
Mr. Chair, I have a question as well as a comment. But the comment is, the question is, did we ever offer UT anything else? Or, I know that we have a current counter service there, is my understanding, right? Coffee service there. But it's not in the place where they want this new one, am I right? Okay. Is the new, they want it in the medical center, right?
It's not, how far is it there?
It's about 600 yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
600 yards?
Yeah, well, it's a massive facility. It's huge. That sounds like a lot, but it's not really.
So where they're
And that's probably an exaggeration, 600 yards.
where they're
That's
moving
like
it
6 people.
may
we may encounter more traffic. I mean, have we looked at that with the traffic, you know, as far as?
Yes,
Okay.
the new location is a preferred location.
So, I don't understand why we won't try, because UT won't have anything to do with the subcontracting, because you all said we can't run a full Starbucks, which I'm not sure why we can't. But if that is, I'm just not sure, you know, why we can't. But if we feel that because we already deemed this site suitable. So if we could contract with someone to make it happen, our operator can, because it'll be between the operator, not the bureau, operator, and whoever they contract with in order to make that happen. But we can try to put those entities or those things into place in order to take this opportunity. Because again, we as a program need to take on as many opportunities as possible. I don't see why we can't do it. And is UT, another thing, is UT willing to put some money on the table to put to do the construction? Couldn't that be a caveat we put in there that, okay, you want this? You all, you know, you put the stuff into place and we'll, this is what we'll do, but you gotta do this.
Mr. Chair?
Is that Frank?
Yep. Yvette, the issues we have at UT, the first problem is UT doesn't want us running it. They
understand that.
I mean, they just flat out don't. I'm not being mean, I'm not being nasty, it's just a statement of truth, whether I like it or not.
Right.
The other problem is when we've had them on a phone call with this committee, and even when we were there in person and did the tour, they want an actual Starbucks. They want it for prestige. They want it to make their medical hospital or medical campus. They think it will attract better doctors and they'll get more business because they have a Starbucks, an actual Starbucks. And, you know, and somebody from the university had said on a call, and I don't remember the name of the person who said it, well, you know, because we were trying to explain to them, listen, if you go down this road and you open that Starbucks, the one we have there is going to be destroyed. It's not going to survive, and it won't. You know, it's had some struggles already to try and get up and running and do the things that it's supposed to do. I think it's doing better. I'm not going to say it's doing great because I don't have the numbers in front of me. But they even tried to, when we went and did that tour, they even tried to start out and tell us that one of our operators wouldn't be able to run it because it had to be run by their union employees, which I told them, and I think Annette spoke up a little bit later and told them too, you know, that, yeah, because I told him, you know, you can have union employees, but the law says otherwise, you know, that a blind vendor needs to be running this if we're going to do this. So that's one of the problems there. We did offer them, you know, talk about but it's up to between the operator and maybe the operators who are there would get the 10% commission. Right now we have 2 people there, but I don't believe that Proudly Serving or Proudly Brewing, whatever term is used that's there, will survive a branded, an actual Starbucks there because, you know, they have their own, Starbucks has their own rewards points and everything else, so everybody's going to go to the actual, what do you call it, corporate or franchised, I don't know what the term Starbucks uses, but, and the other side of it is, UT is, if I understand it, paying quite a bit of money, and Annette can give you the number, they're gonna pay to build the whole thing and everything, as I understand it. They tried to ask if we had the money to do it, but it's not something RSA would allow us to do. We can't build stuff like that, so. Just to get you caught up, because there was some information there that, you know, you weren't privy to,
Yeah.
so.
Now, Mr. Chair, saying that, why wouldn't the operator that's currently there, if you know, we can strengthen what she does, if we can find someone that she can partner with. And I, you know, I'm not trying to say somebody who just sit back on your butt, but we've done these partnerships in the past or whatever, that in order to, that operator would have that opportunity. I wouldn't see that this being a whole new location, because the operator is, he said 600 yards away, so, but if we could keep her in the job, keep her in the facility, but also
allow them to have what they want. Wouldn't that be a solution? I mean, maybe I'm still missing something. I know they don't want us in there at all, but this'll keep them from, you know, they'll save them money, lawyer dollars and stuff as well as us, if we can, find a way to make sure our operator is not out of work, satisfy UT, as far as they can get it, but they have to agree that this is what we'll do. We'll partner and they pay it for. They'll be paying for the equipment in the building.
Mr. Chair.
Part of the problem that we have as well is that if we run it, we have to basically pay the franchise fee. And the operator that's running it is going to be responsible for that franchise fee. They're going to pay for that. And that's an issue as well.
Well, Mr. Chair, depending upon, what the franchise fee would be, and based on, well, I was gonna do that at DSCC, but depending on what this franchise fee would be and all this other kind of stuff, I understand that. But it warrants to pursue to see if that is something that we can do. And at the bottom line, did anybody ask the operator if that would be something that person, well, she would be.
She's a temp.
Okay, well, she's a temp, so that even solves that problem. So, you know, I'm just saying that we need to, first, you know, try to work that out. I understand their feelings and, about, they don't want us to be in there, but at some point, they're gonna have to meet us halfway.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
this is back to our convoluted.
Another one in there.
Yeah, I know, but it's all kind of the same, it really is, it's really the same issue. The big problem here, I think it would be terrific if we could all sit down, us, UT, and Starbucks, because they want a Starbucks, they're not interested in a counter proposal for anything else.
Yes.
And team with Starbucks to where we had a vendor, whether it was the one who's assigned there or made another facility out of it, whatever we did, who actually ran the Starbucks. That would be the perfect solution, and I think everyone could be on board with that. It would be national. I think people could point at that as a model for things that could be done. I think it's something that our program and UT and Starbucks could all be proud of. The problem is UT and Starbucks don't seem to want that. And that's where the problem goes. Now, I think, you know, maybe we can talk to them again and point out the fact that this is something both your organizations could show pride in and everybody get what they want. That would be beautiful if that could happen. But as long as they're not interested in coming to the table and saying, we don't want any operator having any part of this, we're willing to pay you money maybe to make you go away, and then we gotta work out the logistics to that, how that even works. That's the problem we had, at the last meeting, and we don't even know how that works. I'm willing to try again if we can do some kind of partnership and meet with them, but I just don't think they're gonna be on board with it.
Mr. Chair, so you already have Starbucks involved, and have we offered a counteroffer, maybe going with another coffee company, Dunkin' Donuts?
They will not do, they want Starbucks. They are very clear about that, because the individual for the university said, it's not even the coffee, it's not the product, it is the fact that they did some study.
The branding.
In a magazine that says hospitals that have Starbucks in them are better rated, it's all because of Starbucks itself. That's what they want.
Mr. Chair, so tell me the piece of we contacted Starbucks or someone contacted me. How is Starbucks, you're saying Starbucks is saying no,
but
how do we?
Last I heard, that was based on the universities telling us that Starbucks is no. Have we even talked to Starbucks?
Yeah, we need to talk to Starbucks itself, we can't take their word for it.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, this lady here.
Chairman, this is Cheryl. A Starbucks franchise is $315,000, and you have to have a net worth of at least $700,000. So I think we're arguing over something that's not really possible for an operator. It is my understanding that we do not have the pop to argue over something that is unattainable when there is something we can do that we are not pursuing. It seems to me like we're kind of wasting our efforts. Let them have their Starbucks and pursue the pop contract, which is very doable for any of our operators.
With the vending contract that you
Mr.
need,
Chair.
yeah.
I think I did.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify, we did actually request a call from Starbucks and they said no thanks.
And Mr. Chair, the meeting, and Sharon's right, we did it ourselves completely, that she's absolutely right. We do not, our operators do not have the resources to do that. The only way it would work is if Starbucks, the university, and it was a partner. That's the only way it would work, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. That would be beautiful if that could work, and our operator went in and helped manage it. They wouldn't have ownership in it as far, because of the franchise fee and all that. But that doesn't appear that that's gonna work, because there's 2 of the 3 parties that would need to do it are not interested in doing it. So,
Mr. Chair.
Is that said?
Yes, it is. I just don't think as a OVRC or as operator or as BE program, we should be willing to allow them to close down a facility we already have, a facility there. I don't think it, all about the good face of the program and everything, I don't think just giving away, we have a coffee kiosk there that provides the coffee they want, to just give that away because they're stubborn about it. You talk about if we try to take 10% of Aramark, everybody's gonna throw their arms up. If we have one university where we just say, okay, you guys do whatever you want, that's gonna follow suit as well as anything else. That's gonna get every university going, okay, now we want Starbucks on here and you guys can't do it, so take your coffee machines off.
Mr. Chair, when this first came to the committee, my initial reaction was exactly that we have a coffee kiosk there. We've already determined that what a suitable vending facility at that site is vending and a coffee service. And if they want a Starbucks, we're more than happy to talk to them about expanding and or relocating our current facility to accommodate their needs. And I still say if we have a stomach for that, we can do that. I don't necessarily agree that that's the best way to move forward with it, but that is, we really only have 2 options. Either that, which essentially is going to say to them, you don't get your Starbucks. You can have a proudly brewed by Starbucks, operated by a blind person, and the other alternative is to walk away. Unless there's something we want to do with a commission, which is what they've been talking about, but I still don't see a clear way for that to happen. I don't know how that works with the, I just don't see how that works or how it's even feasible in relation to the law.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the coffee kiosk that we have is what they need. The Starbucks is what they want. We're fulfilling their need that they said of a coffee service.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, great.
So, yeah, I think they would say they also need the Starbucks in terms of, so kind of like the universities I said, the hospital has said, look, a hospital's a business now. Like, even though they're a university, they're private. Didn't the hospital get bought out or not yet? But it's a business, and they're looking to find ways to attract more people. And they feel like a full-on franchise Starbucks is one of the things. Part of the other piece is they said they want more hours and more. They want it's a little bit different. And so if we were to go and say, no, we can run it, we'll take it, we figure out, again, the franchise fee is another big hurdle that, that's another one to figure out. there's different expectations in hours and service and what they want out of that Starbucks as well. So it's a convoluted, as Annette said. It's like, yes, we're providing them coffee, but they want more coffee and they want more hours out of this other coffee option. So just for everybody's.
And Mr. Chair, they want a much different facility that's going to cost a whole bunch of money. And if we're not on board with them having it the way they want, they're not going to pay, which leaves us unable to do much other than what we're currently doing.
Mr. Chair, one of the things is, first of all, I'm not on board with telling a university or anyone else what they need and don't need. Because, they're the one running their campus and, they have their, I would rather try to negotiate down what we can do to satisfy them. But the other thing is, she spoke about these games of, what are you suggesting? We negotiate? I'm not sure who was just saying, let's go after, Cheryl. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, what is your suggestion, or what is the suggestion of, or the other option? Because it sounds like we have a couple of options. So can somebody clarify what those options are?
Mr. Chair?
I heard in that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it was, and this is the simple thing, and it's probably the better thing, it really is. That we tell the University of Toledo that, fine, you can have, at the medical campus, you can have your Starbucks, we're just gonna let you do it. And then, but we want, without any fight, without any, having to go to court and stuff, we want the entire vending business on the University of Toledo main campus. Now, that's ours already. That should be ours. The priority allows us to be there, but we're not. And at some point, we're gonna have to negotiate and fight and Lord knows what to get there. The option that's been thrown out there is that we say, fine, take it, but you gotta do what you can to get us establishing the vending, both beverage and snack, on the main campus of the University of Toledo. That's probably the best, and that's probably where we're gonna end up. I said, if we can't have some really, really cool thing to happen with a three-way partnership, and that's very hard, it doesn't look like I said, two of the parties aren't interested. You're right, an operator could not, she was completely correct, we could not do it on our own. There's no way. So we would have to partner, and two of the parties aren't willing. So it probably at this point, the best thing to do is probably just to go that route and go to the University of Toledo and say, we want all the vending.
Mr. Chair, Christie, is that possible? Can we do that? Because is that?
Oh, yeah, it was, that's John.
I was gonna ask the Bureau, we've had this discussion several times and we suggested that in the past, have you brought that idea to them at all?
Mr. Chair, this is Christie. Yes, we have. We have had this conversation and when is on the schedule? They're supposed to be up on the 2025, both their pop and their snacks. And we've talked, I know, in this group about this. Maybe this is one of those things too, that if we waived it, that we tie it into an MOU stating that we're taking over that year. The last thing that I know that this group came up with, and we've been discussing this, and Yvette, I know that, you're kind of getting caught up, I get it, because we've been talking about this since last October, November, and I know there was a field trip that I know a couple of you guys went on. And then I think that the last motion, and that, correct me if I'm wrong, was like earlier in the spring, and it was something like, let's go and we'll offer them 10%, or ask for 10% commission on all sales, and that's when they came back and said, yeah, that's gonna be a lot. Can we talk to your leadership, OVRC leadership, and sit down and talk about that? And that's where we're at right now.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, so they didn't say no on giving a 10%, but they also didn't respond to us taking over all the vending and stuff on the campus.
So the thing is, and I guess this is where we're at too. I don't know if I need an affirmation on the vending, like that is our priority.
Yep.
And we should have that no matter what.
Yep.
Right now, with our budget and with the list of colleges and universities and how we have to budget, we think that it's best to do it at that 2025 because of everything else going on. But to get that assurance, I think for all of us, an MOU saying, yeah, we'll pass on this, we would like a percentage, and I, it's still, I'm still confused and we still have to talk about is that, and Derek, I know you have opinions and I really don't know the answer on how to get that. Does that commission come back to us or does it go to a specific operator, the two there, or do we post that for that commission? That still needs worked out. And that doesn't have anything really to do with UT. That's a conversation amongst us. But to get an MOU assurance that yes, we're taking over in 2025, I think is the ideal state.
Mr. Chair, this is Tammy Chavez, and I believe that is truly the next step, at least in the conversation with counsel for both UT and Dimitri, right? I think more than anything, what UT wants to know is the committee, is the Bureau interested in moving forward with a discussion, right, about the commission? And if so, let's put that on the books, let's make it happen. If it's a no, we're not interested in having any sort of conversation regarding the commission and working that out, then they also need to know that something that we just, threw up, and again, we have to figure out how this will work is, if the commission goes to the program directly and, can fund, this was just an idea that was thrown out there, can we put it in a fund for outside counsel, right, for other program needs. But again, that's something that will have to be worked out once the commission, the committee makes a decision, do we want to meet with UT? And again, if so, I believe that needs to happen sooner rather than later, and put that in the books. And UT's counsel was very open to address any questions, and he said, look, if people want to get together, give me a call prior to that meeting, that's perfect, I'm available to answer any questions. I think they want to be able to move forward one way or another.
Mr. Chair, I think that this is one of those situations where I spoke about that when Derek was making a comment, is this the way forward? This might be the situation where we have to give up something to get something. And what we may get may be better than, and then we don't have to deal with the headache, but we may get a percentage of the sales to go towards our program, So I think it's a win-win, and it's something that we should move forward with UT and go that route.
Mr. Chair, I want to make a motion that we pursue getting a 10% commission from the sales of coffee at that kiosk. At the new Starbucks, if they put it in, and at the same time negotiate to get the pop and snacks at the whole new campus. Did I say that right?
Second. I second it.
Did I say that right?
All right,
What was it?
discussion.
And Mr. Chair,
Discussion, sorry.
and I will say that, like Christie said, on the program growth work group on the list, UT and the pop and snack are scheduled for 2025. That's the target year that's on there. It's been there for a couple of years. Well, I think there was a situation in either 2020 or 21 where they had came to us or Coke or somebody asked that the pop and snack all be posted at the same time. And I think we were talking to them back then a little bit, but during the pandemic and even right after, we didn't have the money to go in at that point in time. And so we had to push it back, and they said the next expiration date, I think on the Coke contract was 25, so that's the target date that's listed, and so it's already on the list, and it's not like we're so hopefully they will agree with this, and because the program's gonna be working on it either way, whether they agree to it or not, because, like Annette said, it does belong under the umbrella with a blind operator, and we do have the priority there, so, it's on the list, and if we can, like Christie said, if we can get an MOU in place, something that guarantees that, yeah, we're gonna do it this way, even better.
What if they countered with a lower percentage?
We talk.
So, Mr. Chair, they've already rejected the 10% on gross sales. So having a motion which has already been asked and answered.
I was gonna say, we already did this motion.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
gonna be what I was gonna say.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But if we already did this motion, why are we having this discussion again?
Mr. Chair, well, two things. I want to address that, but I also want to mention that I did have two lengthy discussions with Jim Cyrus, who is the other operator on the University of Toledo Health Campus. And he has his own ideas of what should happen, and they're interesting. He believes that the current coffee kiosk facility should go out as a site attachment, which presumably would lead it to be attached to his vending facility. And then he would use that as leverage to start a Dunkin' Donuts rather than their Starbucks, which I thought was interesting. But one of the things that came out of our discussion as well is that there are several sites on the campus and in the hospital where he does not have vending machines. And part of what should happen in all of this, and I agree with him, is that we should take another look at all of those vending machine opportunities in the areas where he thinks that it would be appropriate to put them. So regardless of what happens, I think that needs to be a discussion that the Bureau has with Mr. Cyrus.
Mr. Chair,
but-
so that could be an addition, Derek, to, we can.
Our negotiations, yeah, well, it should have, yeah, like the, yeah, Mr. Chair, like saying we're gonna go after and in case people don't know, the University of Toledo Health Campus is separate from the University of Toledo. I mean, they're separate campuses. So going after the University of Toledo vending is something that we're entitled to anyway. Well, and we're also entitled to expand Cyrus's facility as it should have been all along as well. So, but I understand that. The problem with asking for a commission is, what does that mean? No need to be smart alecky. How is that collected and where is it applied? Where is it in whose contract? Is this something that paid directly to the Bureau? That's not allowed by law. Is it something that we establish as part of the existing coffee kiosk? How does that work exactly? You can't just say, give us 10% and that's that. It's not that easy. How does that happen? And the first question they're going to ask is, where do we send the money? What are we going to say?
One second. People on the call do need to mute themselves. There's a lot of conversation going on. Whoever's talking, people can hear you. And I know people are having trouble hearing the meeting, but it doesn't help when other people are talking and having personal conversations. So if you can mute yourself. Chris, what's the mute thing?
It's *6.
*6. So if everyone on there can hit *6, especially if you're going to be holding your own conversation. Okay, I'm sorry, I wanted to.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, Christie, you said that UT has already said no to 10% of gross or 10% of net?
10% of gross.
That might be a first step, 10% of net as opposed to gross.
Mr. Chair, when Mike's done, of course.
You might think real hard about any time doing net. There's a lot of companies that they can make the net's very adjustable. So whatever figure you want, it's probably very adjustable.
Yep. Mr. Chair.
David next?
As far as the commission not being allowed to go to the Bureau, How are we doing secondary rest stops? Where's that commission going? Isn't it going to the Bureau?
Mr. Chair, Dave's absolutely right. They're in violation of the law as far as I'm concerned, and we're going to have that discussion later today. And if there's not a remedy to that, I and at least one other person I know of will be filing a grievance on that matter. Those should be operated by blind vendors, not by Coca-Cola.
Mr. Chair, as far as wouldn't another option be, since this hospital is separate from the university, that we will be allowed to put vending machines in there. So if they don't like the 10%, or if there's something issues, a more complicated path for us to follow, let's make sure that we secure vending in that hospital instead of trying to, maybe, the more difficult path, and like we're saying, where's the money going, this, that, and the other, is to say, okay, we're gonna allow you to do this, but we wanna be able to not only take over the university's, all the vending on the campus, we wanna be able to put vending machines in this hospital. And we wanna have all the hospital vending as well. That way, there's a win-win, because there's an operator in there servicing those machines. And we avoid this issue with the commission or whatever, and we're getting the campus. I mean, I think that we have to, like I said, where there's a will, there's a way.
Mr. Chair, honestly, we should have been doing that with the campus, the vending on site already. There's places that are not being served with vending machines that should be, we should have already been assessing that and had those there. But yeah, it can be used as a negotiator at this point. I don't know what the commission thing looks like. I would love it. We can get money, whether it be to the operator, to the program, however it goes, that's great.
Exactly.
But I don't know how it works. And I'm afraid that we're gonna get caught so deep in the minutia of all of this stuff that I don't know how it works. I want Derek, who's the check go to? And I'm not meaning the operator or the bureau and what we do with it. I just don't know. And that's what, does the operator partner, if it goes to the operator, don't they have to partner with somebody somewhere? I don't know. I apologize, I know it's my job to kind of know here, because we're supposed to make a decision on this, but I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I was saying forego the 10%. Let's come with an offer
Yeah.
that we have all the
That's what
vending
I
in the
think
hospital,
This
we
is
have all the vending on the campus.
Mm-hmm.
You can have your Starbucks, because at the end of the day, more people go through there, they see our vending machines, they're branded, they're using our machines. We have that opportunity. We have no opportunity if we're not even in the building.
Mr. Chair, with your vet's agreement, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chair, I think the idea for, this is Tammy, I think the idea for that UT discussion is to explore, right, whether that's commission or what other options, and council will be there to provide that guidance, right? So I know there's a ton of questions, and I don't have the answer to those questions today, like who's going to get paid, who's the check going to, I don't know the answer to that, but I think if the committee agrees we want to move forward with this meeting, again, this is not a meeting by which agreeing to meet with them, you're saying, yes, we're agreeing to X, Y, and Z terms. You're saying we're agreeing to meet with them, present the questions that you have. If there are concerns, and I'm making note of those concerns, right, just logistically, how is this going to work? I think those can hopefully be answered by council prior to this meeting. But the first step is, right, is the committee interested in having this conversation and meeting with UT? If so, let's make that happen, right? Let's put that on the schedule.
Mr. Chair, I think we should. I think we need to move forward, at least to sit down with them and see where they are. And I know at one point it was gonna be council and the bureau, and then you and Derek and me and Dwayne at that meeting. And I think that should I don't see a harm in it. If we go in there and we want questions asked and see what people are willing to do, then I don't see a harm.
Mr. Chair, I just got one other thing to say on this. If the person that's there that's running that coffee kiosk is struggling with, you know, the numbers and everything, they might be more successful with having vending. And it might make a better business. You give up that, since it's a temp and it's not a permanent operator, that location could be disbanded. You don't need the coffee kiosk. If they're gonna put a Starbucks, let them do their own coffee like we said. And then we just go in and do the vending. That will probably be more profitable than having this coffee kiosk.
That's an argument for Jim Cyrus.
Yeah, I was gonna
Well,
say, we
yeah,
have an operator assigned there
Yeah,
too, who already does the vending, but you're right, we can,
In that building?
yes.
Okay. But, yeah, that's just.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have two facilities there currently. One is the vending machine operation that's run by Jim Cyrus. And that's what I was suggesting, and he's suggesting that needs to expand regardless of what happens here. And the coffee kiosk has not recently been very successful, and it's under a temp contract anyway. But that doesn't mean that it couldn't be made to be successful. I still don't necessarily object to the idea of, if people really want to, establish our priority there to, we already have it set up for being a coffee kiosk. If we have the stomach to do it, we can tell them, you can't have your Starbucks. But we will gladly relocate and expand our current coffee service facility for you.
Well,
But I don't know how that works either.
they weren't telling us that we couldn't run the proudly serving.
Oh, but they know that if they open the other, that one goes away.
Yeah.
It's barely surviving now. It's not even profitable currently. If that opens up, that goes away. It's gone. There's no question about that.
All right, Mr. Chair, we're gonna have a meeting.
Okay, we don't need a motion for that.
Nope.
All right, great. Let's try to tackle this OBM topic before we go to lunch.
Mr. Chair, so where did we land at UT?
We're gonna have a meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We landed nowhere.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure where,
Trying
and
to stay away.
yeah, and what takeaways and everything. So we're all clear on who's supposed to do what regarding UT.
Mr. Chair,
Lawyers Bureau, Larry,
No.
Derek, Wayne, and I are gonna, and UT folks.
But
Okay.
See what they offer, come back some
We're
questions.
not gonna come back with a counter offer, if we want to, like negotiate with.
I know, we're
That
almost
way
there.
you don't have to do.
See what we can accomplish, if they can give us something, see what they're willing to offer. And of course, anything would have to come back then, and
yeah, Mr. Chair, they're wanting decisions. They're
They are.
they're ready to go.
they're entitled to
we
do
need-
this.
Yeah, we really, as Dimitri said, we really need to pick a lane. I'm not comfortable attending that meeting without having some real direction as to how we want that to go.
Mr. Chair.
I'm really not. And I briefly want to ask another question that is interesting about the idea of, and we never really talked about what it means to get a commission and who gets it and all of that sort of stuff. I'm wondering, and I don't know that, I think this actually happens in other areas of the country, other states. Is it possible, I think Dimitri mentioned the idea of creating a fund for the OVRC or something. Is that lawful? I mean, actually, on first blush, it doesn't seem like it would be lawful, but is it a possibility that on the side they could make, an agreement to give us an endowment, the committee an endowment to use as they see fit for its purposes?
Mr. Chair, I want to see where that would, if we were able to get money, if all those questions were answered and some money was able to be gotten.
Yeah,
I don't know, I can't think of a reason.
Mr. Chair, I mean, the reason is the same reason that we can't just get a commission for the Bureau, is the purpose of the priority is to put blind
Right.
people in facilities, not to have money go wherever. And that's that's where we have a problem with this.
Yeah.
It's either got to be a job for a blind person or it doesn't exist in our realm. One or the other, it can't be anything else. I mean, I'm not saying that the Starbucks can't exist, but I mean, we have no sway over what happens with the Starbucks and what they want to do. The only thing we can do is say that facility is ours and we're going to operate it. And outside of that, there's nothing else that can happen. I mean, that's my understanding of the law. And certainly if the Bureau decided that they wanted to enter into a contract with the college that said they're going to get a commission for that, I mean, immediately grievances should be filed to say that's an opportunity for a blind person that you're using in a different way than the law allows or requires, actually. And that's one of the things that in the 2002 opinion that surrounded all of this. It's not just that you've chosen not to establish a suitable vending facility, and it's that you're required to establish a suitable vending facility. And if you don't do so, you've failed.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's Christie. So, and Derek, I respect your opinion, I do. I think it's at best silent about, so what had happened in the past with federal property, and there was a TAC that came out, was that the feds said that yes, we could not, the SLA could not go and get the money, the commission directly. It would have to be subcontracted out by an individual operator, or an operator takes it over. And for that very reason, that the intent was that it's supposed to employ blind people. And that's why, Dwayne, you took over the Toledo ones and you now subcontract that out. At the time, and there was a lot of conversation when that TAC came out nationwide, people were like, well, does that extend to state property? And RSA's response at the time was, no, at this time we're not saying it extends, because there are states such as West Virginia that third party out all of their rest areas.
Not anymore.
They do not?
No, their
Okay.
operators took those over
Okay.
earlier this year.
And so I think that there's some nuances to this. My opinion about it is that the law, again, is not slam dunk clear. There's intent, but it's not clear in law. And that, of course, we would never go out and get contracts for commission without actively participating, you guys having input in that. My fear, and we're going to get to it with the secondary rest areas, is that we're putting our chips all in one basket. That if we take over these rest areas in these remote places, and I have deja vu with ODNR shooting ranges, where people don't want to take them over, they're too far out there, and they don't make enough money, and then we walk away, versus we're getting a commission that comes to you guys in the form of, okay, this is paying for our insurance, or we have the opportunity to, you guys vote to match it, or to distribute this, or put this, let's talk about this, we've talked about it earlier, a benefit fund with that money. That's one of the 5 things you can do. So if we do not get commission from secondaries or Capitol Square or these places, and I think Tammy, the 2002 or one of the AG opinions says no one's obligated, a grantor's not obligated, but we could negotiate that. Are we shooting ourselves in the foot by saying, nope, we're putting all our bags, we're either going to go to these places and say we run it, it's our priority, or we pass it, and then we lose those funds that will help the program overall. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chair, the 2002 Attorney's General opinion does say that if you establish that a site is satisfactory, if you determine that a site is satisfactory to establish a suitable vending facility, you are required to establish it. You have no choice. The Bureau has no choice but to establish it.
So there's no, Mr. Chair, there's no way to say, as Timmy was talking earlier about, it's suitable, but we're not taking on this opportunity at this time. Maybe because we've been doing that for years.
Yes, you can do that. But but the problem is, as soon as you start collecting money from that opportunity, you've then established a suitable vending facility. And a suitable vending facility is operated by a blind person.
But if we don't have a blind person in, you know, Brown County or Adams County, and that we don't want to completely waive it because maybe we can get a blind person in the next couple years, but we don't have anyone right now and we kind of want to still hold on to it, that's where we're, I mean, I'm just.
Mr. Chair.
I think Seth was named.
I partially agree with Derek. Everything he's saying is true. That's in the 2002 SLI, or the 2002 memo. But correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, isn't that memo specific for universities where these secondary places would not be covered under that because it's not specifically stated? Isn't it just university and medical campuses and all of that? Isn't that what the 2002 opinion's about?
Mr. Chair, it specifically answers the question that was asked about the universities, but it applies to all state property.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm reading it specifically lists out what it applies to. And it doesn't say it applies to all state property, it says like schools, medical facilities, things along those lines. I don't remember rest areas on secondary highways being included in that specifically.
Mr. Chair, it was the opinion was an answer to a question that was posed by OOD, and even though it only addresses the question which asked about universities, doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to all state property. The law applies to all state property. There is a teeny tiny exception with university property that says it has to be a mutual agreement that this is a satisfactory site. But what was stated in the 02 Attorney General's opinion does also apply to all state property, not just university properties.
Mr. Chair, when we talk about these facilities that we ran by Coke and other people, have we ever looked at, you said you have no one who wants to go there, whatever. I don't know if it's ever been pursued to see if, or even if they could be site attachments or something like that. Why haven't we pursued it? So maybe it's not suitable for someone to be their facility, but it might make a good site attachment, and that should be up to whoever wants to bid on it, you know, or to put the interest in on that location, or instead of you all or whoever making the decision to say, oh, well, we're gonna just turn that over to Coke, or we're gonna just, yeah, we do need not to turn, I mean, I agree, we shouldn't turn down anything.
Mr. Chair?
Maybe we could get a list of the potential operators willing to reach out to the secondary.
Mr. Chair, do we want to do the secondary talk now, or do we want to finish the UT talk and talk about, I mean, I know they're kind of run into each other. If we want to do the secondary talk now, then we got lots of other stuff to say, but.
Where was we at?
Okay in it.
Yeah, OBM, I'm sorry, we were done with UT, I meant OBM.
I think that's a
Well,
longer conversation.
secondary's a lot funner to talk
It might
about
be
than
lunchtime
OBM.
now. Yeah, it's about time for a break.
Yeah, I think so, that sounds good.
Is that an hour too long or 45 minutes?
45 minutes.
Say 45 minutes, because it'll run into an hour anyway.
All right, back at,
It's like a congressional
do
hearing.
the math.
Take a 15-minute break. Please try to keep it to under 30.
Yeah, please be back by close of day.
12:45.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Mr. Chair, you want to get going?
Is, are we missing anybody right now?
You have a quorum, so it doesn't matter.
Everybody from the state?
We're here.
All right, let's, I guess, get going and have some more fun. Oh, we're at the OBM conversation? All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
it's Amy. Did everyone get a chance to review the email that was sent out, the response to OBM?
Yes.
Okay. So there was that, and then there was also, we had sent out the original audit report again. There was a few, like we had addressed in the audit report,
Can I have a copy of that email also? Amy, I apologize for, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we addressed the anomalies, with the 35%. The other two things on the audit report was new operators, like collecting all of their documentation for their very first MOR, and then also existing operators to set a schedule to obtain all supporting documentations for a single MOR over a set period of time. So it could be like 1 month MOR, like every 2 years, depending on what you guys think, how often we could do a schedule at the beginning of the fiscal year saying these facilities are this year and this month. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
Hold on, that's a whole,
That's a
that's a record review.
Yeah, that's illegal.
Mr. Chair, I will say that this report has been sent, I think this is the third time, and it's been on there.
Mr. Chair.
that was.
Yeah, that's, just so I'm clear, because this was the first time I got the report, everything that you're talking about is a recommendation from OVM, correct?
Mr. Chair, so it is a recommendation to remedy, we have to remedy this audit though. Our agency can't go against what OVM is saying. Like they're auditing us, and right now we are in a yellow, improvement needed. It's a moderate risk. Our agency does not want to go to a high risk situation. Like if Director Miller, I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he's gonna be like, yeah, we'll just let it go. So we do need to remedy this.
Mr. Chair, they were recommendations. I can't speak for Director Miller either, but he cannot impose recommendations on us from OBM. The work group came back with what we were willing to do, and I think that should be what we're willing to do.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, this may have come out a few times, and pardon my ignorance, but and maybe we read it and it went over my head, but, they don't write those things in, English that anybody can really understand, very easily. I went over my head about the whole thing about wanting to review current operators' MORs. And I think either it went over the Bureau's head or they forgot about it because that didn't come up in any of our meetings we had when we talked about the 35% anomaly thing and everything. So, I mean, what they're recalling, what that is a records review. And right now, our records reviews only allow that to be done for the first 3 years of an operator's business. So what they are saying is against our rules. Now, they said they can ask for documentation based off cause, that's in our rule. But to go and do a full-fledged, here's your MOR, you've got to show everything on that MOR, that's a full-out records review, by definition and everything. And that's against the rule. And we do not have the authority, nor does the Bureau, nor does OVM have the authority to tell us to break our rule.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if, and we actually didn't get to discuss this before the meeting. I'm not sure if counsel for the Bureau looked at this issue as far as OBM's authority. I know you said there's an email from OBM. Hopefully, I'll take a look at it once I receive it. Yeah, I don't have it yet, so I just got it. So maybe if we can give it a couple minutes and just see. I'm not sure if counsel for the Bureau, I'm not sure if anything said, did I mention anything about OBM's authority or not?
Has she in previous meetings? No? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
you back?
Go ahead, you're fine.
I just wondering if you can read this, what they recommend to the committee, so we can, I mean, we got it, but I'm just saying for clarification, because it sounds like we're hearing and reading two different things.
Mr. Chair, do you want the recommendation from the report as everything or the email that was sent? I just wanna know which one I'm reading.
The report.
Okay.
That thing that says about the MOR thing.
All right. We'll see if I can get through this here.
You may read it.
Teacher.
I don't think so.
Mr. Freedom.
I don't play in your voice.
I
Lose
can
it.
we've been making it up all night. So start with development. Okay. The recommendation, develop and implement procedures to request and review supporting documentation for revenues and expenditures reported on MORs to confirm accuracy, completeness, and validity of reported information. Develop and implement procedures to conduct trend analysis of the MOR information, including determine a baseline for all operators. For new operators, collect all supporting documentation for their first MOR submitted to validate reported data. And for existing operators, set a schedule to obtain all supporting documentation for a single MOR over a set period until a baseline is established for all operators. Hold on, next page. To achieve this, consider requesting MOR documentation for a specific number of facilities each month or quarter until all have been reviewed. Define criteria and parameters to determine outliers or anomalies to pursue and request documentation from operators. Consider setting a percentage variance and/or dollar variance from the previous month's reported figures. This would help to ensure higher percentage variances and higher dollar variances are captured. Ensure comparison between months of the same facility, taking into consideration historical trends once available. Determine steps to perform when an outlier or anomaly is identified and the type of supporting details to obtain from the operator to validate the information reported. Establish a repository for supporting information obtained and documentation requirements for the trend analysis reviews. Implement supervisory reviews to complete periodic spot checks to help ensure reviews are following procedures and are completed and documented appropriately. Also, lost my spot. Also consider working with the IT department to automate the analysis by creating reports or spreadsheets of information recorded in BE Web for each facility. Automation could also include highlighting amounts that meet or exceed the defined anomaly limits determined by management. Consultants could then review the highlighted amounts and determine if additional follow-up is required or not. Update all applicable procedures to reflect any process changes and communicate and train staff accordingly. Periodically review and update all procedures. That's it.
Mr. Chair, I didn't hear any, these are recommendations. There was no you will, you shall, you must. It was consider or do this or this might help. The only key word that really stood out was pursue, which is exactly what this would turn into. We've experienced this before. The work group came up with what we feel is acceptable to us, and I think we should just stick with that. OBM does not have any kind of authority to impose this on us, or they would have a long time ago. We've been going back and forth about this for 6 years. We finally have something from a work group that says what we're willing to go along with. We should just stick with that.
Mr. Chair. Yes, so I understand your position. I understand, where you're.
Yes.
Yes, I understand your position and where you guys are coming from on this, but from our position, OBM and state agencies work together. They try to have a professional relationship. They don't always use required or you have to, but when we get a review and an audit when we're at a yellow or red level of risk, we are expected to make remediation of those issues. And they're recommendations, but it's one of those voluntary mini camps that aren't voluntary in the NFL. And so, you know, we have this from OBM. OBM also controls and works with us on budgeting issues, spending authority. And if we're at risk and continue to be at risk and are not fulfilling or doing what OBM thinks we should to mitigate risk, then there's problems where if we need money or want to do something, we're not in position for it because we have an audit that we have failed to remedy the risk. So, that being said, I'm not trying to make this adversarial or just come down hard on it, but I can tell you that the agency is going to enact measures to mitigate that risk to satisfy the OBM audit. There are processes where you guys disagree, and I hear your arguments and I understand your arguments, that you have a process to remedy those and that can be adjudicated. But we have to answer those recommendations and reduce the risk that OBM found. So,
Mr. Chair.
I got this. The last I remember, that the work group put out a motion, but I didn't remember hearing anything about MOR record reviews prior to this day.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Christie, and that was off our radar too. We forgot about it. We focused, I think, as a whole, collectively, we've all focused on that. But Frank and Annette were part of those calls with OBM last fall too, where they wanted to talk about baseline data. And, you know, we had conversations about, you know, is it appropriate for an initial MOR because that's not, you know, indicative. And what we're saying is, and I know this, it's not popular, and it's not that we came up with this. What we're suggesting is they want a baseline data. You guys need to collect information to do your MORs. Let's come up with something that's palatable where we know well in advance in a 2-year period, okay, this facility will be asked this month. Or a person will know months in advance that their stuff's going to be requested. Months and months, like 2 years in advance. We're not, you know, it's not going to be springed upon anyone or anyone's going to be asked at the 11th hour for stuff that people are well aware of what they need.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
John.
I am totally not opposed to a situation where if your sales or your expenses change by 35% from one month to another, that your question, I mean, that's totally valid and it's totally within the rules. But I am totally opposed per the rules of giving you essentially a records review every 2 years, because that is totally against the rules.
And Mr. Chair, after it's done.
I'll go first.
First of all, so just so I'm clear, Mr. Dormer, you just stated that you are going to enact a policy outside of what the OVRC is recommending because you feel you have to, at the same time that you tell us you cannot give us your permission, your position on UC because you want to do what we want you to do. I just want to make sure. And second of all, Christy, to say that this was just, it was in writing. You guys had it in writing. So to say you didn't know about it and this was just sprung on you also, or you guys forgot about it, that's not really a valid excuse for the discussion that's been had with the work group and multiple times here. I mean, that's, that one doesn't hold water.
So Seth, what I'm saying is, remain calm. It fell off all of our
Not
radars.
remain calm if you don't want to, but go ahead.
No, it fell off all of our radars. It wasn't just our radar. There's been a lot, as everyone knows, going on the last 6 months. It wasn't intentional at all.
Mr.
I got a question for Greg.
okay.
We're in yellow, and you say it can affect us reaching out for more funding, like when we request our yearly amounts. If it goes into red, does OBM have the authority to mandate?
I don't know that question, what they can mandate or not. Let me put it a different, sorry, Mr. Chair. It's never appropriate for a state agency to have audit recommendations and findings and to have areas that are at risk that they've identified and we're told to mitigate, and we don't mitigate and don't do anything to mitigate those answers or those issues. What I'm saying, and Seth, you're sort of, let me clarify. You know, there are times, yes, your UC position, I said, I want to know what you can do, but if it's illegal, something logistical or something that we can't do, then I will say that and we may not agree to it. This is one of those areas where we need to have something to mitigate and answer that piece. If you guys have something, we can talk about it. But what I'm saying is that we have to do something along those lines as an agency, and we need to figure out something. And if you guys are going to hold to your position that it's illegal, you know, we're going to have to answer and put something in place. And then there's processes in the rules when there's a disagreement or an action that you don't feel that the Bureau's taken, that we can resolve that issue. But from our administrative standpoint, we have to be in line and mitigate and answer those risks and observations from OBM.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Dave, then.
I got a couple of problems here. Greg, did I hear it wrong? Is it the Bureau's intention to impose these things on us, whether we like it or not?
What I'm saying is we're going to have to, we have to have something that answers that risk. And
you kind of implied that it almost seemed like a loosely veiled threat that if we don't go along with those recommendations, they may withhold money.
What I'm saying is,
you guys are going to impose these things regardless of whether we want them or not.
So let me separate the two things out. It's not a threat. It's not a threat. I'm just explaining from our position where we're at. Just like you guys aren't threatening by saying we're not doing it or you're breaking the rules. It's just, it's our position on this issue. So the other piece, what happens when agencies come and ask for money and want to do things? If you've got stuff and you're known as an agency that has risks that you have not mitigated, that puts you at a disadvantage. And state agencies who have identified risks from OBM and other audits need to have those resolved to satisfaction. We just have to. There's no, it's not a, well, we don't agree with that or we don't like that or we're going to ignore it. We can't ignore it, okay?
It's not an option.
It is an option.
It is an option, Seth? Oh,
No.
okay.
Mr. Chair, and I get this, I don't agree with it, don't like it, but I get the position that the Bureau is in and feels that they're in because of OBM. The position though that I am is exactly what John said, what I said at the beginning. We have no mechanism whatsoever in our rules to subject operators who have been in the program for longer than 3 years to be imposed on a records review. By definition, what this thing is saying is that it is a records review. This isn't a verification, asking for documents because of just cause, anything like that. This, by definition, is a records review. We have, and Greg, you said if we disagree, there's grievance procedures. But there's, what procedures does the Bureau have? Because it's not us that's going to disagree. It's going to be the Bureau to come to us and us say, hey, I'm not subject to this. I've been in the program longer than 3 years. You are asking operators to break the rules, not the other way around. So by coming to, so yeah, we got to find a way to mitigate it. I understand the position you're in. I absolutely do. But it has to be in a way that isn't asking operators to break the rules. Because if you do, and if somebody says, no, I'm not giving it to you, you have no authority. You can't put them on a PIP. A PIP is for a pattern of breaking the rules, not of complying with them.
I'll ask you twice. I'm just kidding. I'm I'm just trying to keep it light a little bit.
I understand, and I'm trying to, I appreciate the position you're in, I do. Because I know you have another agency that you have to answer to. And I get that. But I also know that there's absolutely nothing that requires operators under our current rules to submit to a records review in this way.
So,
Go ahead.
can I answer real quick?
Yes.
Thanks, Eva. So I could make the argument that we can request the documents once every 2 years, and the just cause is the OBM audit saying there's a risk. Whether how valid or how, I'm just playing an attorney on this one, but I think there's ways for us to say we're not breaking the rules. However, if you guys have some thoughts and you want to figure out a way that we can mitigate it, but we have to have something to present to them on that piece, and that's no guarantee that they'll accept it. I just being 100% honest on that. So I'm always willing to work with you guys. And I know it came across, but I just need you guys to understand the position that we're in and where it's put us at the moment, that we have to have something.
Mr. Chair, I do understand the Bureau with the audits and them having to do what they need to do as far as to comply. And you don't want to bring more attention to our program, and, we always want to look good. But from what I heard, all of this is suggestions that they gave, okay? And, it seems like to me, I hope they're not trying to go back to this percentage stuff that we did a long time ago that brought, because we were comparing, apples to bananas or whatever.
Oranges?
It wasn't even. It wasn't like a vegetable or something. It was crazy. But what I think that what we need to do is maybe kind of pick apart all those suggestions, because I don't know we have to meet every one of them, and try to come up with something that would be, it said something about taking so many MORs and, averaging, I don't know, something like that it was saying. Annette, do you think that's, instead of the records review, is there something, and I know the work group's suggestion, but is there something we could do in the work group where you can kind of get a little bit more, clean up a little more detail without infringing on the operator's rights?
I'm willing to take it back to our work group. It was myself, Derek, and Dave, and folks from the Bureau, Amy and Christy, that were on there.
Now that you have the whole thing.
Yeah, we're not going to, we would have talked about this if, it did fall under everyone's radar, I guess. But we can go back and talk about it and see if there is a solution that we can, counter offer.
Yeah, I just gotta figure something out on the phone.
Something like that. That's our negotiator. I love it. Counter offer, this is great. Yeah, something we can bring back that they may be for that is more palatable to all of us than
It may not be
doing full records reviews on operators every 2 years against the rules.
Mr. Chair.
It's Derek now.
John, then Dave.
Okay, so my question is to Greg. Do they understand that we have a set of rules that we're governed by, that what they're asking is sort of, in our opinion, against the rules, and have they been given the proposal of the 35% part of it?
So let me answer your second question first.
I totally support.
So yes, that was in the response that was sent out. And so, yes, they accepted that part. They were given the rules, they see it differently than you guys do. And so I think this is just to understand, and this isn't just some small report that goes between our agencies. There's some language in the report that the chief internal auditor shall prepare an annual report and submit the report to the governor, president of the Senate, speaker of the House, and the auditor of state. This is in that report. So this isn't just like, oh, it's something between us, nobody else sees it, nobody knows what's going on. And that's what I'm saying about agencies that don't mitigate the risk become a liability, and it causes problems when we're trying to get funding and do projects and get things done. It's not good. So I just so everybody understands, like, we're not making, a big deal out of some internal report that only stands between us and OBM. Like, this is, everybody gets this.
Dave, you had the floor next. And
Sorry.
Greg, you didn't address the chair. I'm joking,
I
trying to
know.
keep it light.
Greg, you may smack him.
Thank you.
No violence.
Again, I want a direct answer to, are you telling us you're going to impose this on us, whether we agree to it or not? It just came across like I've gotten that from what you've said at least twice now. And it sounds like it's hinted at that OBM may try to hold funds or something as some kind of punishment.
So it's not, sorry, Mr. Chair.
He's back. Thank God. You got to keep an eye on Greg. He's out of
Boy,
control.
you abdicated fast. So, listen, I'm not saying there's going to be there's no direct punishment that they're going to turn around tomorrow and say we're withholding funds. What I'm saying is when we want stuff or we ask for stuff or there's additional spending authority asked for or other things, then we're probably not going to get it and it does not put us in a good position for things when we need it. Also, I don't know what a state agency cannot have audit findings that they ignore and do not mitigate and do something to resolve.
Mr. Chair, the other part of my question was, is it your intention you're going to impose this on us, whether we agree to it or not? You said at least twice that at some point you guys you're going to have to mitigate it.
I think that answers your question.
Yeah, he's basically saying he's got to get out.
Yeah, but I'm asking for a direct answer from you.
I've said we have to do something to mitigate the finding in the report. We cannot ignore it.
Mr. Chair.
I don't know what that, I mean, how else, that's what has to happen.
Mr. Chair.
What's that?
You brought it to the OVRC. The OVRC put a work group together. The work group came up with the parameters of which, under our rules, we are willing to do. You have addressed it. Much like any other agency that deals with the union, they can't go to a union and say, OBM says something different, so we're going to throw your contract out. Our set of rules is basically a contract like a union. You have addressed it. You do not have the authority to impose it on us because of the rules that we have that have already been discussed and mutually agreed to between VE and the OVRC, as the law states. So you keep saying you guys haven't addressed it. You have. You may not like our answer. OBM may not like that answer, but that is addressing it, and you do not have the ability under the rules in the law to impose this on us if it's not in our rules, sir. So you can say you're going to do it, and you know that'll just be a slew of grievances and just cost everybody money over something that has already been addressed. Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you haven't addressed it.
Mr. Chair, I think if the work group is willing to go back and take a look at it again, or maybe to add a few details or whatever to it, so we don't have to worry about something has to be imposed. Because at the end of the day, this agency has an audit, as we understand, and they have to do their jobs, and they're expected to. We have it in our court right now to come up with something instead of arguing over it. We have it in our court right now to try to come up with something that is palatable to them. Maybe our first suggestion is not, can't we go back and work on it instead of battling about it?
The audit wants a baseline established, and then they're never going to take our word. They always want a documentation receipt.
Mr. Chair, but maybe we can come up with a way to do that doesn't subject all of our operators to full-fledged record review.
Mr. Chair,
John.
they have a baseline, all they have to do is go back through the big books
Well,
every year.
I'm just saying, when the IRS comes out and asks us for an audit, we can't say, yes, it's all there, what are you asking me for? they're gonna wanna see receipts.
But
They're gonna wanna see.
the IRS request is in the law. This request is going against what the law says. So it's a difference.
I don't, it's OBM telling them what to do.
I think, Mr. Chair, I think that we have to recognize, you know, that the OBM is telling the state agency what they need to do to reconcile their issues. And yes, it affects us, but again, we have the opportunity to go back and relook at it. I'm not saying I agree, no, I don't agree that every 2 years we should, but where can we meet them halfway and maybe come up with some ideas, innovative, let's think, what else can we do, you know, that as operators, to be able to help this along. I mean, I don't say we may not come up with anything, we may
Mr.
come
Chair.
back out with the same thing.
David,
Yeah, I agree with that, in part. I mean, there's no reason we can't go back and talk about it again, but I would submit that we have met them halfway. We've been talking about this back and forth for 6 years now. And we came up with something the work group was willing to do. There's no harm in going back and talking about it again. But I don't think anything short of what they're practically demanding at this point is going to be acceptable. But let's go back and talk about it again.
well, if, you know, those colors don't matter to anybody, I guess we'll be all right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so if we could have a motion, we'll take to OBM the other piece. We've got the electronic piece,
35%.
the 35%. So we've got 2 of the 3 things, and we'll say, you know, the group wants to have some more discussion, and we'll ask that we can bring this back an answer after the next OVRC meetings to give the work group time to meet and this body time to discuss again.
Mr. Chair, we already passed the motion about the 35% thing, didn't we?
Yeah, but we said no receipt, just take
Yeah.
our word for it.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah.
okay, I missed that part.
Mr. Chair, so what are the 2 parts that we have covered automatically?
Mr. Chair,
That's Amy.
It's so hard to tell.
Greg's not talking.
She gets deeper every time.
It was
So-
the first one about new operator.
New
correcting
operators
the
and-
Supporting documentation for the very first MOR.
And Mr. Chair, has there, since that's about to become significant, has the work group done anything regarding what a records review will be moving forward?
Mr. Chairman, we have not.
Mr. Chair, I don't understand your question, Derek. Can you repeat it?
There was some question about what actually currently is a records review. Like, we don't have an adequate process for doing that currently, and I'm wondering if that's about to become a need for us to do. Do we know how to do one?
And Mr. Chair, I guess that's where we're not reviewing this as a records review. And the rule says that asking for documentation should not be considered a records review. I think a records review is something completely separate.
Yeah, they're trying to establish a baseline amount, right, for our facility. But in doing that, they want to see everything that goes into putting an MOR together, correct?
Correct, and the rule, which I think is Rule 4, I mean, the last part, prepare and submit a monthly operating report to BE in the format prescribed by BE. When BE determines reasonable cause, operator shall provide supporting documentation of information reported on the MOR. Verification of information does not constitute a records review.
So, what did you say the cause?
The cause would be to remedy this audit,
Yes.
this moderate
Reasonable
risk.
cause.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
so requesting this information once every 2 years is actually basically useless, because if you ask for this information for a canali in July, your information is going to be way different than if you ask for the same information in February. And if you ask, same thing with the university, if you ask for the information in November, or in July, the numbers are gonna be so different. So doing this part of this process.
Well, those are little things that
That's-
the Bureau
it's not
knows,
little.
but the OBM doesn't have a clue, but the Bureau understands that.
But this information is a little thing to anybody.
Chair.
True that.
Absolutely does. I mean, the things that OPM's trying to do, the things the Bureau's been trying to do for 6 years, none of this stuff, the 35% anomalies, the whole thing is such a waste. But I know they want to do it, but it's not gonna solve anything. If people want to cheat, they're gonna keep cheating. I mean, it's just not gonna solve anything. But I understand we gotta do it, but, because that's what they want, and the Bureau sick OBM on us 6 years ago and got it back into it again.
Oh, Mr.
But
Chair.
You
That's
did.
uncalled for.
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Greg.
So, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. You know, I'll get myself in trouble in a public meeting. I hear what you're saying, Annette. Let me just leave it at that. So, again, I think, you know, if you guys want to go back with your group, talk to your legal counsel, look at the report again, and come back with a recommendation that we can go back to OBM, because we got to go to OBM and say, look, we've got some of this done. There's still one piece that we're working on. Can we get another 1 month extension? Because we've already got an extension from July to October.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna renew my question, because you're relying upon the requirement for first 3 years to go through records reviews. You're relying on that to satisfy one of these conditions, but currently you don't know how to do that. And I think it's, if you're going to utilize that, it's imperative that you figure out what is a records review and how you conduct one, if you're going to use that process to satisfy one of these recommendations.
Mr. Chair.
I almost believe just verifying everything on the MOR that was.
Yeah, I think there's still also parsing out what's a records review versus requesting documentation for verification.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, my
Sorry.
point is
I've been waiting through this like 4 times now, Mr. Chair.
I haven't heard you.
Okay, go ahead, Derek. I'll go after you.
the point is that you're going to use the records review requirement for the first 3 years of a new operator as satisfaction of one of these recommendations. And if you don't know what how to conduct a records review, this isn't going to satisfy that particular recommendation, is all I'm saying. Whatever.
Yes, thank you. So, what you're saying, Christine and everybody, is this is not a records review. You're going to use this as a way to, your just cause is going to be to clear up this audit thing from the OBM. And you guys use, a couple people in here have used the IRS and all of that. Well, when the IRS does an audit, they do a specific audit. They don't go to everybody in the country and say every 2 years you have to verify your tax returns. That is exactly what you're asking us to do. You're asking us to verify something that not even the federal government or the state government under Ohio taxation or any other agency does. Period. No one does this. You're just asking us to verify something that everybody else in the entire world takes at face value unless they have a reason to question it. Now, the 35% and all of that, although I disagree with that, I understand the necessity and the reasoning behind it. I still disagree with it. But this idea that every 2 years somebody has to verify everything on their MOR is completely against everything else that goes on in this country. Again, if the IRS wants to audit me because they believe I'm doing something wrong, they come with the paperwork and audit me. They don't say every 2 years, turn in your paperwork, and you're the next 2 years, and you're the next 2 years. I mean, you're asking for something that's not legal. And you're asking for something that is against our rules. And you're telling us that if we don't change our rules or comply with something that is against our rules, that you're going to do it anyways. Which, take it any way you want to, that's a threat.
Mr. Chair, can I address what you said?
Yeah, sure.
So, I think it's a matter of opinion. I don't think we're breaking our rules. I don't. I know you guys think we are. I don't think we are. I think we're within the rules. The difference between the IRS and what you just said is that this is a government program. The IRS doesn't give you money. This is a, they give you a rebate.
Yes.
This is part of a government program. And if people do not want audited, as an independent business owner, don't be part of it, you know, this is a government
We
program.
should quit if we don't.
I'm not
review.
saying that, I'm just saying that we do have a overseeing body
You have an overseeing body.
that you guys are a part of.
You have an overseeing body.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. I do agree with Greg, and I think you guys do need to talk to your legal counsel about this further.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we need to talk to your legal counsel as well. I think it is imperative at this juncture for somebody to clarify for us what actually what actually are the requirements here. I would really like to know, and Greg gave a pretty good analysis of what it means, and I understand that in terms of budgetary things, but from a legal standpoint, what really can happen? I mean, I want to know, is it possible at some point that OBM can get fed up with us and say, you know what, we're just going to audit everybody every year from now on?
Mr. Chair, they questioned us on the 35%, and I was like, oh, let's get them off that. Well, 35%, that's pretty big, and I'm like, oh, we've already agreed with them on that. I didn't say anything, and they got off that track. But to Derek's point, you can open up a bigger can of worms.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's what I'm asking. I want somebody really in the know. I mean, we're all speculating. I want somebody to give us hard answers. What really, I mean, you're saying that these are possibilities. I want somebody to verify that these are real potential consequences of not mitigating the risk from moderate to low, according to OBM's recommendations. And I'm lay that at Rick's feet and Tammy's feet, or anybody else that Greg wants to call in to explain it to us and really convince us what's going on here.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, Rick Shantz, legal counsel OD. Greg kind of already talked about Derek, and I don't know if it was clear. If we don't remedy OBM's audit concerns, it does put the agency at risk, up to the point of possible budgets, budgeting considerations, future audits, what those might look like, anything like that. So I'm not necessarily in a position to advise OVRC and how to proceed on this, and I think that's why our Bureau keeps suggesting that you guys seek the advice of legal counsel on your end as well. But certainly, what has been discussed, I fully support. The fact that Business Enterprise Program is part of this state agency, and we fall under the purview of OBM and audits and the state auditor's office. And Tammy, you're welcome to correct me, but that's what we're up against. And so we have to answer to them. We have to remedy issues. And I think, we're lucky to have this ability to speak to you, to work with your counsel in trying to figure out a way that is hopefully palatable to everybody. But at the end of the day, we need to answer to audits. We need to be able to remedy those issues.
Mr. Chair, let me ask you this. As far as what they're looking for, are they trying to, are we comparing, like locations, what type of location sales, or just exactly what the sales, what would be an eye-raising issue to the Bureau as far as they say creating these anomalies? I think that the work group tried to address that, but what would be, because what I heard was the records review will only be if an issue came up. Or did I understand that wrong in that? That if there's an anomaly, this is what would prompt it, right?
That would prompt the 35% would prompt the thing all the time, every month. And it's against the same facility from 1 year ago. So you're not comparing one facility to another.
You're comparing your own.
You're comparing your own facility from the same month from the previous year.
They want a baseline.
But what they're saying is they want on top of that, and that's the thing the committee agreed to. We left it at verbal, verification, we still gotta talk about the, giving actual receipts. But the other thing they want is to do a records review every 2 years, for each operator to do what they're calling a baseline. And I don't understand why it'd have to be every 2 years. A baseline would be one time. That's one thing I guess we could do.
Mr. Chair,
I think
I was just to clarify, I was using 2 years as an example of
Oh,
if that was just me throwing a number out, it could be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years,
Just
whatever.
Or just once.
baseline.
You have to, it's like a cyclical
Cycle.
thing, like it's, until you get through everybody and then you start again.
Every 40 years.
Well, we have 70 operators, you do one a year.
And
And I recommend we start with Jim Cyrus, so we just get all of this.
Mr. Chair, I have.
That was Seth, if everybody on the
Write that
record,
down,
I'm just,
Mr. Chair, it's Christie.
I want to point out that
Yeah.
time is
Yeah,
Yeah, I know, we
going in our favor.
move it to our
Yeah.
one group and.
can I have one more word and then we can drop this? So, I know Craig's like.
Always has to have last
I
word.
know. So it's a baseline, but I also think it's a checkbox that everyone wants to check off to ensure that there is backup documentation for what the business is doing, so that people aren't just creating a number, that everyone can be assured, OVRC can be assured, OBM, everyone, the government can be assured that yes, we have verified that there's a receipt behind that number at least once, that people aren't just throwing a number on a piece of paper. That I think that that's a big piece of it. It's not, trying to figure out comparison and all of that, but that there's a check and balance, that's it.
I guess it goes back to the work group, and Derek brought up a good point in the records review work group, get together
Yeah,
and have something.
Mr. Chair, there was a misunderstanding
All right.
between me and Sally, so we'll get that done for sure.
I think training is the next thing on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, anybody wants to talk about that can refer to the email chain that went around for a holiday
holy
weekend.
cow, I logged in Tuesday morning and I was like, why do I have so many emails over the holiday weekend?
Mr. Chair, do you want me to
Sure.
start? So training and, when Cynthia said that she was gonna retire, and I appreciate, we did not talk about this last month and she was here and I didn't think it was, going to be helpful. I think we all agree that, that training can be improved in so many different ways, and we are committed to doing that. I know the training work group needs to get together. I've created a draft training proposal that I'm, willing to share that with the training plan or this whole entire group. It's very multifaceted. I think we have, Sally, stop making fun of me. I think that, my vision of training, you've got the recruitment and training needs to be completely different. I view a training manager being more hands-on, going around the state. I've even written down how I'm going to train a new training manager and how in-depth that's going to be. And that is going to be shadowing people in this room, existing operators, veterans, consultants. They need to know every piece of our program. Then you've got upward mobility, and I know I've talked to John V about this too. We need to ensure equitable upward mobility opportunities throughout the state. We need to also really, and we've talked about it, but we never make a decision, all of us collectively, we need to figure out the points. It really should not be the same. You shouldn't get a upward mobility for a 1-hour webinar, shouldn't be equal to a 6-hour in-person, hands-on, or even a 2-day national conference. We've got to figure out that points to be equitable. We have looked at, and I'm interested in your guys' opinion. I know that there is at least one entity out there, the Chicago Lighthouse, that has the module trainings that other states use, that the VR counselor could authorize, and so those modules could be done on the VR side with our involvement, the training manager's involvement, but that would free up our training manager to focus on more hands-on and the Ohio specific. We still might have a couple modules on our end for the MORs and the rules and the forms and, you know, those things. But it would supplement that. Now, with that said, there's a process that we would have to go through with VR. You know, there's procurement rules, there's contracts, there's stuff that I don't understand that Greg's trying to explain to me, and I have to talk to finance and VR. But that's something that, yeah, I think we should explore, because I think that having a training manager just behind a computer at 150 just coordinating is not effective. I want that training manager to help train a core group of operators, like what is the standard when you do on-the-job training or when you do the initial shadowing? What is the outcomes that we're looking for the new licensees to get? And I am excited about this opportunity, I really am, and I'm really excited that, you know, you guys, I want to know what you guys feel. I want your input on that. I've heard a couple things. I know there was a call on Monday, and I've heard some things from that I'm like, oh, that's an awesome idea. Never even thought of that. And, you know, I've always said, particularly, I mean, I want your ideas on everything, but upward mobility needs to be driven on the needs and wants and desires of what you guys know what best you need. And there's been upward mobility that we've even, like, are you kidding me? That shouldn't be upward mobility. But, you know, we need to have a standardization of that. And statewide, I've been saying over and over, that is your training. You guys should be leading it. You should be telling us what you want to see, and then we should be going out and doing it. It should not be our ideas that drive that conference. So, I do want to post like soon for this training manager, because our HR, it's taking, I don't know, 3-4 months. I'm doing 2 jobs right now. It is overwhelming. There is a lot. And I feel like I'm trying to learn on the fly. But this is an opportunity, I think, an awesome opportunity for us to make a really great strength and training program. I'm done.
Just for the record, can anybody tell me who is on the work group for the training?
Mr. Chairman.
John and me, I know John and me.
I thought I was, but I wasn't.
There's 2 different work groups. There's the training work group, and then there's the
Statewide.
the statewide. And I've written it down 5 times, and then I can't find either of them. But I thought that the training, John, you know.
I'm not even sure anymore because people
Coming and going.
say, I want it done or I want it, but
Well, just establish one now.
Mr. Chair.
You can rearrange it and just
Yeah.
start over.
I think
You
Annette's,
haven't done any work yet.
I think Annette's headed there. I think you need more than a couple people on this particular work group. This is a massive undertaking, and we need more than just a couple committee
I would like
members.
somebody to be on
We-
there
We need,
that's new from. that went
Mr.
through
Chair, we also don't just need committee members. We need people outside of the committee to be on this. Obviously, I mean, that so many people interested in the conversation. I'm just,
which work group?
the training work group.
So, Mr. Chair, can you give me a couple of days to set that up and ask a couple of new people?
Sure.
Because I know who on the OVRC wants to be on it.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal, but
So, Mr. Chair, I have on training, it was John, Seth, and Larry. And then on statewide, it was Johnny, Mac, Mark, and Yvette. Now, if there needs to be, I agree, I think we can get more members on there. I do worry about more than 3 committee members on a thing on the whole work group sunshine law thing.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, we're beyond breaking the law on work groups, but, because we do every time we have one, that's against the law. But I think it's not just important to limit it to 3 members so much as we need other people than committee members involved in the
Mr.
process.
Chair, that's exactly what I want.
Yes, absolutely.
I want to ask some of the people.
wants to take my spot, you can have it.
That's chair enthusiast.
Oh, Annette, thank you,
Yeah.
Annette.
And that's a very
I was gonna help out, cause I ran the call the other day and got kind of pulled into the whole training thing with some emails. So I said I would help.
And then John's.
Mr. Chair, I think one of the things I had, besides a mentor, I'm thinking that would be helpful for the training and stuff, mentors that have already been there a while or whatever, creating a list who's willing to be mentors in the different areas. But I also think that training coordinator should be able to teach, been able to work with visually impaired people, know about the equipment we use and be able to teach that. Why not have the little mini classes where teaching about the OBG and all this different things, they should be able to do that.
Way more hands-on.
Be more hands-on in the field, teaching those, and if an operator wanted, even some of these upward mobilities on those kinds of things. Cantaloupe, they hold little trainings and whatever, as far as that.
Mr. Chair, I will take it back, and talk about all this, and we don't have time to do it today, but boy, wouldn't it be cool if our training program could be a facility?
We talked about that.
Yep, have an operator run it, and they get paid by the program for the trainings they do, and this and that, and be a facility.
I'd love to do that.
I think that'd be an awesome. thing to
Paid by
look at.
VR.
But.
Sure.
I love that idea, actually.
All right.
How much documentation are they gonna have to provide?
When you're a provider, you have to provide reporting requirements every month. There's monitoring and compliance units that then do reviews of the providers.
Yeah.
Desk reviews and audits.
Those are just recommendations.
That one would be
Yeah.
a lot of, because you would be getting paid actually by the Bureau, VR and.
That was okay.
So we would provide the grade in Braille, correct?
Jeez.
I did that once, I lost a tempo. I turned in my inventory in Braille and they freaked out.
You know I'm joking, right?
No, I know, and I've got a program manager and a unit supervisor who read Braille, so I'd be fine.
I know now you
So when
guys-
you're like all the smart aleck things that you wrote down, John, I know them.
Now it'd be cool, back then,
I agree.
it blew their mind back then when I did it.
All right, as much fun as we're having, we gotta move on.
Thank you, Larry.
OVRC, federal arbitration.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the OVRC request that the Office of the Ohio Attorney General provide it with legal counsel or outside legal counsel to refer the committee's active participation grievance to the United States Department of Education in order to convene a federal arbitration.
Second.
Any discussion?
Easiest one,
No discussion, here we go. Derek,
Yes.
Yvette,
Yes.
John? Frank, I didn't think.
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
me, yes.
Why can't all the topics be that
Yeah,
simple?
that was quick, that was.
All right, what's the name? That was, I didn't even have time to look at my phone. Bureau Communications, OVRC.
Mr. Chair,
Protocols for communications.
I guess I'll get it started. Well, maybe we can get this one as quick as anything. I'd like to move that all communications that the Bureau currently sends to the chair and vice chair, and any communications that the Bureau sends to local selection panels that are not of a sensitive personal nature to a particular operator, be emailed to the entire OVRC.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
What's that?
I'm sorry.
Was that Seth? Go ahead.
Yes. Could I request one of the board members to add on to any discussion that an individual member has with our legal counsel about something for the entire committee, that's shared with us also?
That would be a separate thing because that's for our committee, not the bureau. This is for what the bureau sends out. Correct? Unless I misunderstood.
I'm sorry, I thought she worked for the bureau.
Oh, I thought you meant our
No,
legal counsel.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Tammy.
Tammy.
Yes.
Any communication Tammy has with an individual member of the board about something regarding the OVRC be shared with all members also.
That'd be a separate thing.
Okay.
I wouldn't agree to that.
I was gonna say, that would be a whole separate, this is for the bureau, what the bureau sends out.
Mr. Chair, speaking of communication protocols, as I understand it, the chair and vice chair are now having, is it bi-weekly meetings with the program manager? And I know when the meetings used to occur between the chair and the program manager, many of them, not just Christie, would send out notes of those discussions to the full committee. So I'm hopeful that we can return to that.
Mr. Chair, I want to clarify something, and you can verify this for me. Tammy has never had a conversation with an individual member of this committee regarding business. She has only had communications with Larry and I directly, never anybody individually. I did, however, have an individual conversation with Tammy Chavez's boss at one point, requesting additional information about conduct at a previous meeting. That's the only time any individual committee member has communicated with the AG's office.
Mr. Chair. So has Tammy taken over Dimitri's job or?
No. Tammy works for the Attorney General.
Mr. Chair, I work for the Attorney General's office, and so essentially, Derek's right? I'm not, I think at some point someone was referring to program manager, I'm definitely not that. And so, I'm an attorney with the AG's office, like I said, and, Derek is right, we've had, I believe, one or two, discussions, but that's about it, so I'm not really sure.
Discussions with Larry and myself.
Correct.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I don't care who's having the discussions. I'm just simply asking, and I understand this isn't even on this, so, because that has to be something else. I'm just simply asking that if any member of the board speaks to our legal counsel about something that has to do with the OVRC, that all members of the OVRC be included in the communication. That's all I'm asking. If she is giving advice for the OVRC, it should be for the entire OVRC. I'm not saying anybody's talking to her, I'm not saying any of that stuff. However many conversations you want to have with her, Derek, feel free. I'm just asking that if something is discussed for the OVRC, I don't see why all members of the OVRC would not be included. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, there's not been any communications had that the information from it wasn't discussed or divulged at the OVRC meetings. Hasn't happened. And won't ever happen.
Mr. Chair,
I recognize that.
it's Christie. So I'm a little confused by the motion. I think we talk about, a motion said and there's all this talk and now I'm really confused. So when we get out communication, and I think what happened initially was this was RSA and I did copy the chair and vice chair. And I do have an issue copying the whole OVRC. I don't want 15 people on a CC. So I think one of two things. I copy the chair and vice chair and they forward it to you guys, or I forward outside information to all of you guys that, hey, FYI, this email was sent. I'm not copying 25 people on an email. Now that's for the outside entities. What I think this motion did not address that. This motion, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, was just about internal communication between the Bureau and the chair and the vice chair, which I think that that's fine to copy the whole committee on that. And then the second part of that is on selections, is that right?
Yeah, the selection, things you send to a local selection panel. be sent. That means local area, site assessments, things like that, things that would be sent to a local selection panel. If they're not of a sensitive nature, if it's not something that's a personal thing with an operator, just a general business thing, that the rest of the committee be copied on it.
Mr. Chair. It's Sally. And I don't mind doing that. I think though, there may be some exceptions that are not sensitive, such as setting up meetings for selections. I don't know that the whole committee wants to be on something like that. Maybe also when I said, we could announce who's awarded to everyone, but I don't know that every single email you'd want to be copied on, just because it's not meaningful to anyone else. I get what you're saying about site assessments and different opportunities and, if something is going on, but I don't know that just some everyday business stuff.
Okay, I will amend the motion, not only to include the sensitive issue, but to include actual selection, preparation, anything, actual selections, I guess.
Mr. Chair, could I suggest maybe the term ministerial issues or something like that?
Our favorite word.
We got rid of that word, didn't we?
Yeah, I know, everybody hates that word.
It's on the 7 dirty words list.
It's a great word, ministerial.
I could start.
Mundane, day-to-day communications, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, let's just try it.
Okay, just give me feedback,
Okay.
kind feedback. Make sure that's in the minutes.
Right.
Okay, so can we run through this motion again real
Okay.
quick?
It was that the Bureau send all correspondence that they would normally send to the chair and vice chair to the entire committee, and that they also send, and now I lost my train of thought, any correspondence that would go to a local selection panel that does not include sensitive personal information to the entire committee.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, John.
and then are you willing to augment that a little bit and put what's it, we were just
Well, the
talking-
ministerial, she was gonna try and do it and then give us feedback, I guess.
I think there's gonna be too much.
Does that include ministerial in this motion?
No, not yet, no, it's,
Well, that's what I figured, but,
Well, you specified exactly what you want copied, so I don't think you would have to include inclusions, or exclusions rather. You said specifically what you wanted.
yeah, I think right now it'd be all of it, and then we can, it's a matter of just delete.
Yeah.
If we see it's too much, then we can readdress it.
Sally's about to overload your inboxes.
Just wait, I've got all weekend free.
That's awesome.
Okay,
Yes.
you bet.
Oh, no, I was just laughing, but I did say.
No,
that-
Shaq, you're voting.
Oh, no,
We're
we're
voting,
Oh,
you're
well,
voting.
yes, I'm sorry.
John,
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Frank,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes,
yes.
okay.
Opportunities at NASA
Question.
and the prison, Elton Prison.
Yes,
That's it?
And secondary highways and
Oh, yeah,
the Veterans Administration.
okay,
May I start, Mr. Chair?
go ahead.
No, a couple of things. Currently, we receive federal vending machine income from NASA and Elkton, and I'd like to suggest that we take a look at whether we're receiving appropriate amounts, and additionally, in the meantime, look at perhaps those being opportunities again for us to place an operator. We've never had an operator at the Elkton Prison, but we have had at NASA, and there were various issues. And Elkton Prison also presents its own unique set of circumstances, but that's a brilliant opportunity, a massive opportunity. There's 1,900 prisoners there. And we should look at that again. The secondary highways, I think, already made clear today, and we have attempted it before. And I wish Mike Russell was here because he was the biggest one to push this back in the day. We really should be operating those. And fortunately, we peeled off a couple. Dwayne's actually operating a secondary highway operation that peeled off the Coke contract. And I think we need to readdress that issue and make sure that those facilities are actually run by operators and not by Coca-Cola. The final thing that is on here is the Veterans Administration. And I heard Nikki Gakos and Terry Smith talking about this the other day, and we've talked about it before. The Veterans Administration is a great opportunity for several reasons. First, they have operations that we could take over. And the other is that the Veterans Administration is a great source for recruitment. I think we really should focus on recruiting blind veterans. I can't see why we've never considered that as a great source for recruiting operators. And that would lead to a great partnership with the Veterans Administration, and we could be the leaders in the country of how that could work, and then that could spread throughout the country. But these are all opportunities. We need to spend some time looking at them, creating jobs, creating relationships, and that's why I asked for it to be on the agenda.
Mr. Chair. So maybe I'm wrong, but I thought a few years ago we had an asset and we left there because we were losing a lot of money because no one was buying products and machines. Or am I wrong?
Mr. Chair, I believe the issue was the operator that was running it was a micro market, and there was extreme amount of theft, and I believe the theft was coming from the security guard.
There was vending there as well.
I thought it was about vending.
Yeah, I think there may have been vending involved too, but they wanted to. And the other problem was they had told us if we put in a micro market, they wouldn't put a cafeteria in, and then I think they also decided, even with the micro market, they wanted a cafeteria too there. There wasn't us. It was, I don't remember who it was off the top of my head or exactly what all happened up there, but you know, there was no way really to address the theft, and the operator wasn't going to continue to lose money, and I don't blame him on that.
Mr. Chair, minimally, we should be doing the vending. I mean, if it's a theft problem, then we don't put another micro market back.
Right.
We did have the vending there
Yeah,
at the same time, but we packed up and moved out. I think there was a lot of honor stores around, and I don't think it was very well. I don't think we would have walked away from the vending if it wasn't doing well.
I think there was sour grapes all around the whole situation. I think if we just did vending, it would. How many years ago? And as far as the other places go, Elkton, federal prisons nationally are great facilities. Now, they kind of stunk during COVID. And I don't know where they are as far as visitors and stuff, even since COVID. But traditionally, federal prisons are awesome facilities clear across the country, and it's one, we only have one in Ohio. We're I don't know if you want to say fortunate enough or unfortunate enough, not to have many federal prisons here, but we only have one, and that absolutely should be ours. And in the past, when we looked at it, Elkton came back to us with all these, well, you might have to service it in the middle of the night, and there's security things, and they did everything they could to try to.
Might get caught in a lockdown.
Yeah, you might get caught in a lockdown. There was all kinds of stuff that they tried to do to keep us out, and we got scared. We scared away from it, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be approaching that. The law is very clear that it should be ours.
Mr. Chair, and if ever there was an opportunity for a partner, that would be one of them. It'd be a great place, like the troop dining, to start with a partner and work our way into an operator being able to say to the partner, thanks for the education, I'll take over from here. Which is actually the intention of the federal law. If you read the federal law, it actually describes it occurring that way.
And Mr. Chair, one of the problems I think that the prison told us, I can't remember, they wanted machines fixed within like 2 hours or something like that. Yeah.
You tell them we'll get it fixed when, you know, I don't want to say when we get it fixed, because that sounds like we don't care, but, you know, they can't put, the federal entity cannot put unreasonable terms on a program just to try to keep the program out.
No, I agree with that. Johnny Mac's not here, he already left, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's actually went and looked at that facility.
They let him back down.
The secondary highways, Mr. Chair. Does the committee have a mind to take another look at those opportunities as operable by blind vendors, or?
Yeah, I was thinking earlier, maybe, we could see if any operators have any interest in some of the open locations, but I think we, spoke about that before, where if we take too many away, there's gonna be nothing left for Coke to do.
Good.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair, I also think it's a good opportunity for those, folks whose locations are about to close or whatever, that,
There you
again,
go.
some of these temp opportunities or some of these locations, good to keep them working. Because again, they have overhead, they have costs that, you know, really, it's hard to get a driver, hard to find storage, you know, reasonable storage, that kind of thing. You know, it keeps them working, so I think that, you know, we need to consider that. Because, you know, be grateful for the $250, but I'm sure that if they can continue to work at their facilities or back up and running, they would choose that.
That's an awesome point. So, Mr. Chair, I guess we gotta decide what we need to do to, I know there was, when we looked at this a few years ago, the money was the issue. We could probably dust off some of the work that was already done, looking at what all needed to be completed as far as infrastructure. And remember, the sales that we have at those places now will double because we'll be able to sell snacks at them too. Yeah, no, more than double, you're right about that.
Mr. Chair, back right before COVID, we were getting ready to do that, and then because of COVID, we ended up not doing it because we had no money. There was a lot of issues with the machine, with infrastructure being messed up, but we had set up how we wanted to break them apart. I might actually still have all that information. And there was also at the time a list of operators who wanted to work, and there was a decent list on that.
I remember you were involved in that.
Yeah, myself and Amy, and I forget who else was involved. I probably still have all those
Probably on
emails.
some calls with that.
Yeah, I probably still have all those emails, because I keep stuff like that.
Mr. Chair, I think some of those sites are actually being developed by ODOT in their restructuring, and so part of the problem before was we didn't have the money to do like the concrete pads and all of that sort. I think all that's going to be done. They'll only include space for 2 machines, I think, but that's all we need. A pop and a snack.
Mr. Chair, according to BJ, that was negotiable to some extent.
Yeah. But yeah, these are all great opportunities, and I mean, I guess I need to make a motion to say that we need to survey every one of these opportunities and reevaluate, I believe. Mr. Chair, I move that the Bureau begin surveying the following sites: NASA, Elkton Prison, secondary highway facilities, and the Veterans Administration properties in the state of Ohio. And report back to the committee next meeting about progress.
Mr. Chair, I think the first thing we need to do is to share with this committee all of the sales data we have for all of these. I want everyone to have that. And so we can share that. I think what we have. Oh, sorry, I have to let you guys second the motion, so sorry.
Johnny did.
I did.
Oh.
John seconded.
Yeah, he did, John seconded.
So I think the first thing is for you guys to get the numbers that we have from them.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Amy.
I also wanted to ask, do you want like our normal like site assessment done type of thing? Like when you say assess, what do you mean? Cause like
Survey.
the secondaries, I can tell you, like, I've been to every single one of them and they are very remote. There's not a whole lot of sales at a lot of them, and then there's a lot of issues with like vandalism and stuff because of the remoteness of the machines.
Mr. Chair,
Like there's machines
Mr. Chair,
bullet holes that are duct taped together. And I don't know if we wanna get in that business, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, do you want our regular site assessment where we make that recommendation, along with sales data, like, what are you guys asking for?
I think that the committee would like to have a thorough investigation of whether these are satisfactory sites for suitable vending facilities or not.
Mr. Chair.
John.
And I don't want the committee or the Bureau stepping into it with preconceived notions. I'm asking that this be gone at with fresh eyes. These are opportunities that we passed up, and I know you're about to read us a bunch of bogus numbers that don't reflect anything.
Mr. Chair, we will give you guys all the information. We want to take them all over, but I want assurance. I think the next step after that is to go out there and survey operators to ensure before we pull the plug is to ensure that there are operators that are willing and interested in taking this on. Let's take all the secondaries over. I'm totally fine with that. We're not trying to do that. I just don't want a situation where we go in, we take it over, and then 2 weeks later, this isn't worth a 4-hour trip to fill 2 machines. That's my only concern.
Mr. Chair, if that happens, and there are some of the sites that we don't consider suitable facilities because of their remoteness, we treat them like we would ODOT garages or anything else, and we don't put a facility, a fence there.
Yeah, there may be a few.
There might be some of those. Yeah, that we don't, there might be some we don't want.
So we will provide you the information. You guys can talk, and we'll reconvene and see what works and what doesn't for you guys, and move on. I get it.
Absolutely.
Not a problem.
Mr. Chair,
John.
is it okay if I re-ask the operators who are interested where they?
Yes, please.
Because I should, like I said, have all that stuff still.
Yeah, send out those maps to everybody and.
I'll see if I can find it. It's been a while.
Mr. Chair, so John, you're talking about sending it to all the operators.
Yeah, those, so back like in 2019, we had broken down how we were gonna separate those, all the secondary rest stops. And we sent a list to all the operators, and a bunch of operators came back and said, I can change these ones.
Okay, and I think it should go back out to all the operators, not just the ones.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, eventually.
Because, I don't remember an act or a receipt or anything, you know what I mean, I'm just saying, everybody should, again, look at it in first line, everybody should be able to.
Yeah, if you guys have the maps, just send them out to everybody and ask if they're interested, that'd be great. We got a vote?
Yes.
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 Right.
Yes.
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 Passion, yes. Patsy Adams.
Yes.
The final.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to get to the last thing too fast. No, I just want to reiterate, I think regardless of what happens with these site assessments, particularly with NASA and Elkton Prison, we do receive federal vending machine income from those locations. And I would like to see that we do our own audit to make sure that we're getting everything that we're entitled to there. I'm not sure that we're even getting the right percentage, let alone getting all of the actual income that comes from the vending machines on those properties.
Said go be them.
Elkton seems a little light, but who knows what NASA can do.
Elkton's way light.
And then Elkton, there's a reason currently for Elkton's closed to visitors. I think it's about to reopen at some point here soon, and that would be the vending machine income. The commissary, of course, we don't get any commission on that because the requirement for vending machine income on federal property only relates to vending machines, not anything else.
Inventories.
Mr. Chair, we're still working on it. We're still talking, we're still going over a lot of the, things that can and can't be done, waiting for answers on, we're having good talks. But I don't have anything concrete yet to, any recommendations or anything to put out there.
Mr. Chair?
For the work group.
Oh, sorry, Annette. Were you done?
Yeah.
So, there is, not a call out, but David Steele and RSA are going to be speaking at the NCSAB conference at the end of October, first part of November. They asked for questions. I'm going to submit the question again about where he said no more loans and get some more background on that. We're also going to ask our fiscal liaison the same question. So we'll see. We figure if we ask enough people, somebody's bound to answer us finally and give us what we're looking for. So we're still working on that too for you guys.
And Mr. Chair, I think we should not be using the word loan. I think we should describe what we do and not make it an assumption that that is a loan. Because I could argue that it's not. I could argue that the Bureau owns the inventory, they let us
Absolutely.
use it, just like they do the equipment that comes in.
Absolutely.
That it's not a loan. So, please
Mr.
don't use the word loan, because I think that could be misleading. Ask them exactly what we do and say if that's.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that's described exactly in the federal law. That there are three entities who are capable of being given ownership or of stock. And there's three. One is the SLA, one is a nomination agency, and the third is an operator. And in our case, we utilize the Bureau owns the inventory. And actually, state law hints at it in the requirement for twice a year for there to be an inventory conducted of the equipment and the inventory. And the presumption there is that the Bureau owns the equipment, which they do, and the inventory, which they do, which allows them, according to state law, the ability to come in and operate an inventory on that property anytime they choose. It's not a loan.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
sorry. I have a specific question for Greg, if that's okay.
Nope.
Only general questions,
No,
please.
I didn't know there would be follow-up.
I just want to find out if there's actually been any discussions with VR on purchasing new inventory through them and reopening cases.
He's VR.
Yeah, so
Well, that's what I'm asking.
yeah, it's on their radar, but part of it is too, we need to understand as a group here what we're doing and how we're approaching some things, because VR, and I don't really want to go, this is the rabbit hole that the this work group is working on. But you know, that VR is a grant and it's subsidy, and under an amount, we don't own it anymore once we
Right.
provide it. So, yes, but there's already some things in place that people can reopen cases, but we have to draft up a procedure for it. But we also need to settle on some things from the work group too. So, but they're aware. Sorry, like real quick. So, but no, they know this is the direction that it's going for VR. Sorry about it.
No, you're fine. Mr. Chair, Greg, is that, you're discussing only new people coming to the program?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, no, there's also a provision where if somebody is looking for advancement, increase their earnings in their job or career, which this would fall under, say, you're going from, I don't know, give me a small. Yeah.
Lenny's place.
No, not Lenny. Yeah, you're not. So yeah. So Derek is taking over for Lenny now. So like, say you've got a smaller route. You know, you might have 10. Just on public math, you have 10 machines. But you're going to Larry's retired, and you're going to Youngstown State now. So it's a big expansion. Under the rules, you'd be able to open a case, and we would be able to help purchase inventory. And any other service you might need to help for that expansion, because you're increasing your job and your income.
Including a car.
No, we cannot buy registered vehicles that are registered with the.
I was joking.
Yeah, no, it's a question that comes up a lot. Yeah.
Cars and real estate.
Yeah.
So
if you're, also, I like that analogy, but under this, if that's only with new established sites, right?
Nope.
So you're saying that,
You could,
so if there's an operator, I'm just saying, if there's an already a university that's already up and it's existing operator and they may be retired, moving on to something else, aren't they required to have the appropriate amount, at least a couple of weeks of inventory there now?
Right now, but moving forward, we're looking to change that and utilize the VRK service dollars.
Mr. Chair.
That would be, wouldn't that make a disruption in service?
Yep.
So again, that's part of what's got to be worked out, and so I don't, like I said, I was trying not to go, but so we've got a couple other things on the VR side that we're looking at. And one way about we'll be able to make purchasing much quicker and easier versus the authorization process. And then so there's VR that you've all been through, and I equate it to you're at the grocery store and it's the traditional checkout line with the cashier and your great aunt's in front of you and she pulls out the checkbook because she likes to write the check and likes the personalization service with the cashier. But then there's people who don't need all of that in VR. They, it's a shorter service time, or they just, and so there's the self-checkout. But we are also looking at, we need something like, I like going to Giant Eagle and on my phone, I open the app and I can just scan all the stuff myself. There's a specific register, they scan my barcode and I'm out the door. And so looking at creating those lanes so that we're able to, for job saves and some things like this, where maybe somebody just needs an over-the-counter hearing aid, a BE vendor's moving up in a facility and we need to get them some additional inventory because they qualify as the under that plan. So yes, traditionally those things take a while, but we're going to put some things in place to speed that up to make it so that we can do those things and make that happen.
Just as a guinea pig for everybody, I have a call actually scheduled this Thursday with my local OOD lady for training, the VR lady, and to attempt to get this process done for the new machines I'll be taking over in December at UC. So I'll let you guys know how that goes.
So we don't have the process hasn't been put in place yet for this.
She doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right, Deborah, we'll work it out.
Okay. So we'll keep working.
Is that it?
Yeah, we have a standard call every Wednesday. We have next Wednesday, with the exception of the one after. We're meeting each week, so.
Great to ask. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, I want to ask Tammy, I'm not sure that she was here for the motion, but regarding the outside counsel, and she will be making the request to the outside counsel department within the AG. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. So what I will do is connect the committee with our outside counsel representative, who then will take over this process. And then she will be in contact with the committee and then decide how to move forward from there.
Mr. Chair, Tammy, will there be an opportunity for the AG's office to look more closely at the possibility about an assistant AG being our representative in the matter of a federal arbitration, or is that probably not likely to happen?
Mr. Chair, I did bring that up with my section chief. That's definitely above my pay grade, so that's something that I will ask her to follow up on.
Mr. Chair, I would like to talk briefly about the replacement of the vending machines. The plan that is in place for replacing vending machines with the monies that we're all very thrilled and happy to have beginning October 1st. From what I'm understanding, there is a plan in place. and I do not believe that plan has been brought before the committee, but it's already being, consultants are already out there making plans and, talking about specific equipment. I thought the committee was fairly clear that we wanted a part of those decisions on how those dollars were gonna be allocated and the plan for spending them.
Mr. Chair. So the operator's been working with their individual consultants on their needs for those machines with this additional funds provided through the budget and Director Miller. They've been working with those individuals. You guys had a work group that I don't know if you've ever met to provide recommendations or talk to us about it. If an operator and their consultant are not agreeing on something, they need to bring it to Sally. I've not heard of anything of that nature until the other day. This is additional monies. This isn't BE anything from the program. This is additional outside money that is being allowed to be used by the program. We have 18 to 20 months to get it done, and operators are not being excluded from the decisions. The individual operators are working with their consultants on those decisions. So that's where that has landed.
This is true, that's true to some extent, but not totally, because.
Pardon?
Some consultants are doing that, some consultants are not. I don't know if it's because it's a temp facility or what it is, but.
Well, if you can, and outside, we don't have to call people out, but if there's an issue, yeah, let us know so that we can work through that. But the direction is that the individual consultants are working with the individual operators on what machines to be replaced and what machines they would like, and coming to a mutual decision on that.
Mr. Chair, there is a plan, at least this is how it was described to me, a plan like rest areas are at the top of the list, which, okay, whatever, however the list goes is fine. But from what I understand, there is a plan to go ahead and replace vending machines at rest areas that are due to be remodeled in the next couple of years. And then bring the machines back out for, once the remodel was done. I know at one point there was talk that the new buildings would have brand new machines. But I guess that's not the plan now, that we're gonna go ahead and replace machines and then bring those machines in when the new building's up, even if they are not as pretty and nice. That seems kinda.
So, Mr. Chair? So, yes, after initially discussing how we would do this, a couple things, the landscape moved, as things always do lately. So, this summer, the governor's office, tourism, development, ODOT, there's a whole new rebranding. I'm sure everybody's heard all the stuff. It's back to heart of it all. And it's a huge statewide, large initiative from the Gov's office. And so with that, all the branding is changing throughout the state. And so, to the point, even our signatures on our email have specific graphics, and this is what goes on above the graphic, this is what goes below the graphic. And that tourism, yes, initially we'd said we're gonna wait until they redo the rest areas, and we thought we were going to use our standard branding that we have, but that all changed as well. Just changed, and so it's different. So we want those all to be uniform. The governor's very, he loves the rest area. He loves Ohio. He loves the rest areas, and that's a big focus of of the rebranding. And with the ODOT schedule, as we've all talked about already, they're already months behind. And looking at it, like, I think your facility, and that's technically in 25.
It is.
But that's also,
26,
yeah, and then so it's already approaching, again, we have less than 2 years now, to spend this money in this budget cycle. So, we didn't want to miss out and be the ones who messed up this entire rebranding and not getting machines for the rest areas that are most high profile. So we're going with the rest areas first, and we know at some point we're going to have to move these things around. But because we can't have, ODOT gives us a timeline, and it's as soon as we get it, it's kind of like a weather report. You know, it's going to be about 30% accurate of what happens. So we needed to move forward to make sure those rest areas just all got taken care of, and then we will figure out the logistics of when they close and moving those things around. Because waiting around to figure out if ODOT's going to maintain their schedule or not would probably end up hurting us in the back end. That didn't sound right. Hurt us in the end versus just going ahead and taking care of it.
You were fine what you said first.
Yeah, sorry. It's late in the day.
We're not planning on replacing the rest areas that are closed November of 2023 or February 2024. And again, initially, and this has changed, I said again. Initially, we thought that the branding would be, we could get branding that's very close to our existing branding, so we wouldn't have to do it, but the branding has completely changed. And it's the Department of Development, and they have come down on all the state agencies, and I think I talked to you guys about this last month, like, they're so specific on even the business cards and the letterhead, and it's not an us decision or a Director Miller decision. And the governor, I mean, he posted stuff yesterday on social media on the new signage. Signage, even in this building over the last month, I've noticed today, has drastically changed. It is a big thing that they want this standardization throughout. And this isn't ODOT. It's not ODOT. It's Department of Development and Tourism.
So, Chair, well, I have a couple questions, but one, as far as the signage goes, wouldn't it be better for our program? And I've not liked the skinning of machines. I think it's a waste of money, but we were given a lot of money, and if that's the cost of that, then that's fine. But what if 4 years from now, the thing changes again? And it will. Wouldn't it be better to put just a big sign in the vending room area that says, Ohio, the heart of it all, above the machines or something, instead of doing each individual machine? Because in 4 years, if they decide to come up with a new logo and a new, tagline or whatever, I mean, that seems like it could be problematic.
So we had the same conversation with Kim Jump, our communications director, who's our point person that has to deal with all this, and we said all the same stuff. We were like, and this is the initiative, this is what we're doing, and again, like, Director Miller doesn't even have say on this stuff. He was talking with Larry and Derek the other day, and he just said, there were directors who were like, guess who's, they're all on board. It's not an option even at a director level to say, I don't want to do this or I want to do it different. And so this is just one of those where we have to roll with it. And I get it. We asked a lot of the same questions that you guys did. But this is where we're at, and this is what we're rolling out with.
And one more thing, and then I'll pass, Mr. Chair. You realize when we're doing this that we are replacing vending machines that are not even a year old.
Yes, and sorry, Mr. Chair, and those are going to be repurposed. I understand. We've had all the same discussions, but.
I like the idea of repurposing the machines. Because we have to replace them, we can't place these new ones at a new location.
So our money's spent just hauling vending machines around.
Mr. Chair.
David?
So, Annette, did you get a new, I actually went through your facility the other day. Have you had a new glass front recently?
Oh, the rest areas?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm assuming the branding on that one is new, correct? That's the new branding.
The glass fronts are not even a year old. They were both replaced.
Oh, so this isn't even the newest
They're
brand.
very new, not even 9 months old, about 9 months old, both of the glass, one on the
So-
side of the road.
I mean, it's just, as somebody walking in there, looking at that glass front, the branding on that machine, there's a big border, probably about 2.5 inches wide, around the entire perimeter of the glass on the glass front, which takes up valuable real estate for seeing products at any kind of, unless you're looking at it straight on. And that's a terrible place to put branding. It hurts product visibility and everything. My other question was, I'm glad to know that machines are going to be repurposed where possible, but that's still going to leave us with a huge warehouse of working and usable equipment, except for the fact that it's probably very old and it may not necessarily be ADA compliant, but it's still going to be perfectly usable. What is the plan for all of that equipment?
New facilities.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
They won't know, you gotta clarify that it's you.
I'm not Greg and Amy. So the machines that, we do have machines in the warehouse and we are continuing to repurpose those currently. There are machines that we can't get parts for that are deemed unrepairable. Those are sent to GovDeals, Surface Road, or salvage process. And then if it's sold for over $500, we get a cut of that back into the program.
Mr. Chair, Christie, you made a statement, I want to make sure I understand. You said the facilities are going to close in 2023, 2024. Or you're not replacing those machines, or I want to make sure I understood you right.
We're not gonna replace them before they shut down. They're scheduled, that's too close of a, and I don't think it's gonna happen in November and February. We've already established that, but.
But they
Yeah.
will be replaced eventually.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, so I'm on the right page. You're talking about buying brand new machines for places that are going to be shut down in the next 3 years and just storing those until they're repaired and opened back up?
Mr. Chair, it's Sally. Seth, no, so like in Annette's instance, hers isn't set to close for 2025, which again will be later, I'm sure. But like, we'd like to replace her machines now. Then when she closes, I think almost in that instance, I hate having machines just sit not used at the warehouse for years and years. So I'd rather repurpose those somewhere else we could use them, and then when you reopen, get some new.
What a waste of money. Oh my goodness.
What is that whole saying, if you don't spend it, you lose it, with the government?
Yeah.
So,
That doesn't mean you gotta spend it stupidly.
well, they can repurpose those machines, they're not gonna just get tossed away.
And Mr.
We
Chair,
can't buy new machines for new facilities,
How much do we pay Schaefer to haul them around?
that's a good question. I don't
Mr. Chair,
think it's
they
gonna add up to
can go
6
to the
machines.
other facilities.
Mm-hmm.
It just won't be on the rest area. This is all we have
Right,
to do
so we
with
can
the rest
replace them at a post office or, somewhere we've got old machines that are breaking all the time.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Christie, Mr. Chair. One of the other things that we're working on is because of these bulk purchases, we've been working with fiscal, and we're trying to maximize, we should hopefully get a good deal on these this big bid. And you know how most things, and we also have to show that we're giving fair competition out there. So we're putting these bids out to all companies, not just one or two. And we're gonna even look at trying to do it like regionally, because we know that there's certain companies like in Cincinnati that might not go all the way up to Cleveland to maximize the best price on the front end. So we're doing that as well.
Do we have any new opportunities coming up where we can place these machines that are being repurposed?
Mr. Chair, yes, we've got Tri-C coming online next summer, we've got,
CSU Pop.
Now,
CSU
can
Pop.
you guys make sure you don't promise them brand new machines and, not just
Right.
baked and farmers fresh?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, so part of the rest areas are unique in how those are being done because of the priority, because of the branding. Other areas, other facilities, not all their machines are being replaced. And machines that are still very new and usable, those are going to be repurposed and used. Other machines, as she said, are going to be taken out of commission, and other ones will be held on to for when we expand to those colleges and universities, and then UT's 2025. So nothing. We're not going to waste or throw away anything that is still very usable. But from the beginning, when we looked at our inventory of equipment, it's old, man, and we are running into the issue with no parts and. They're unrepairable, and with just coming out of the pandemic and the accounts for the program finally coming back up to where we all aren't sweating it every month, and this is an opportunity that I lobbied the director for, and he lobbied for in the budget so that we could do some equipment replacement to set it up so that if there are other opportunities, there is the ability to purchase other machines for other things, or we have machines in reserve that we can use for some of these other new opportunities. So that's where this is coming from. Is there going to be some logistics in moving machines around? Yes. Was it what we planned? No. We will get it done. We will make the best use of it. We'll make sure it's not multiple trips. We'll make sure we're being as judicious as possible with the money that we were given to do this. But I think Annette said it. What came with the money was a couple of things attached to it that we need to make sure happen. So,
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure we're not talking about rebranding existing equipment, or
No.
are we?
No.
No.
Okay, so
that's why the rest areas are getting new machines, because they're going to have the new branding because they're out.
So we're not considering in any way, shape, or form rewrapping all of these machines.
Only at UC.
Awesome.
And in fact, not just UC. What's your facility number?
409.
Yeah, 409 is on the list.
You know what? Do whatever you can in Hamilton. Some of those machines are older than me.
Yeah.
Chris Johnson would be disappointed if we didn't bring up the contact, the 3x4 inch contact info placards.
The refund stickers.
Which they're advertising stickers, not refunds.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure exactly why those are being presented, but my problem with them is that it's an opportunity to brand the machine locally with a 3x4 placard that says OOD and provides opportunities for blind people. But then it also asks to provide the information necessary for contact with the operator. And I think those are separate functions that should be on separate placards. And I know Chris has some other issues with it as well, and you've heard those, so I won't reiterate them. But I wish that you would separate the two because I'm not an employee of OOD. And I am supposed to have interaction with my customers that can and should be separate from that. And that's what I would hope for in the instance of these placards. I don't mind the branding. I'm all for the branding. But I don't want my contact information and contact me for whatever reason to be a part of that specifically, because if nothing else, it's confusing to my clients.
Mr. Chair. So, and I appreciate that. And so, as I told you guys, we'll take your idea. We'll ask. We'll see if we can get them.
What did the department?
Yeah, we have to. It falls under this. So, but we will ask. And if anybody has any other ideas, I don't have a problem asking. I can't guarantee we can get that changed because it goes through them for all this stuff right now. But
somebody mentioned a sign like the old days and let us do the refunds ourselves.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I mean, if they insist that I put one of those on there, I'll let them put it on there. But I'll put my own. somewhere else that's more clear. I can't imagine they would have a problem with that. I don't know why the machine has to be branded and then there has to be another smaller sign underneath that does the same thing. I mean, they're two separate functions. You can brand the machine all you want, but let me communicate in my terms with my customers, my clients, and not confuse them with that.
Now, I'm all for getting OOD's message out there. What if somebody walks up to a machine and they are disabled, or they have somebody in their family who's disabled and don't know where to go, and see that sign and are able to get the services that OOD provides? Beautiful. Make the sign huge. Make it so that, put it in Braille, have a sign language interpreter that, I don't care. Get the message out for that. That's awesome. But the way this thing was presented, from the description I had of it, it said all that in great big letters, that's fine. And at the bottom, it basically said for concerns or refunds or something like that in real little tiny print. And it gave the operator's information. They should be two entirely different things. And once again, this was presented out to our folks before the committee, and any of us, I don't think any of us saw it before it was being passed out. I know some operators have already been contacted by their consultant and say, hey, we're gonna bring these to you, give me your phone number. And not even giving an option or seeing it, or, once again, the communication wasn't there, and I think we could have given some input on how to make those a little better.
Mr. Chair, I agree, because I got an email up there, and I would prefer an email. I don't want 90 people calling me in the middle of the night because the truck driver's driving down the road and lost a candy bar or something. I have an email. I don't want my personal information to, not only that, you get prank calls, you get people doing crazy stuff. You gotta recognize it's our safety and our, information, our information out there in the public, you're putting us at risk as well. So, we have a way, everybody has their way of doing their refund, and that should be respected.
I hear you. Like I said, I will take this back and, sorry, I didn't properly.
This is the first I've heard of it. I haven't seen anything about this. My consultant called me and said that, about refund stickers, but I was assuming that's because UC doesn't want to do refunds anymore. So this is a statewide thing?
That's for the risk areas, I think.
No, it's all over.
Is it?
Yeah, it's again, Department of Development, and so, again, I hear you. I will take this back. I will ask what we can do, and see what they say. It's in an area that I don't have a lot of say, but I will ask, and bring your concerns forward. I understand. And if you can read between the lines, there's a lot of stuff that we've just been given to do. But I'm also hearing that, communication, and we're needing to update more. So I will be taking that back to talk with these guys a little bit about too.
Mr. Chair, it is perfectly fine to have an email address versus a phone number. I'm with you, I would do the same thing. So, whatever you're comfortable with as far as communication is perfectly okay.
Mr. Chair, just real quick, are we able to print our own refund stickers or whatever we need to do?
We'll find out.
I'm gonna ask, but I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer. I'm just trying, again, we've been locked down on this stuff, so. But I will ask, I'm gonna bring your concerns forward and see if there's a happy middle ground with a 2 sticker. It's still gonna have everything that and I will ask. I will bring it forward.
Mr. Chair, I have one more thing, Greg. They can print it, save me some money. If they wanna print it, as long as our form of communication is put on it.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, and the motif isn't the issue, it's the repetition of the communication and intermingling it with the message that's supposed to be about my business. The motif is fine. You can keep the color, the pattern and
that's what
colors and all that stuff. Perfect.
So I'm gonna try and sell it.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if anybody has a copy of this, can they email it to me so I can see what we're talking about?
Yes, I will send.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm about ready to shut it down.
So, Mr. Chair, before we adjourn, I have one more thing.
What?
Sorry.
Make it good.
It's a quick one.
It's a quick one.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
right Pat Air Force Base, there is a current posting up right now. No one has bid on it. It goes down right now on Monday. I proctored a final exam with a participant on Tuesday. She has her instands next week. She's very interested in this. She's originally thought that this posting went down on the 28th. I didn't know until she then said it goes down Monday. So what I'm asking the committee is, can we extend that posting 10 days to the 28th, giving her an opportunity to bid on it? Now, if anyone else comes out of the woodwork and wants to bid and they have, they beat her, no harm, no foul. The other option is that we just let it go, no one bids on it, then we're posting it again for another 21 days. That's what I was gonna bring to and I don't think that would go against any rule.
No, Mr. Chair,
So do we have a motion?
I did just want to say one thing, on some of these, some of these make good site attachments as well, and I think we need to look at that to help boost up some of these other businesses. And if no one bids on some of these things, we can make some of these site attachments, and it help, smaller businesses such as mine and others who have, rest areas or, any other business that's, that could be helped, making them bigger businesses. I think that, we need to consider that.
Mr. Chair? I would go the other direction in the case of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I think it's the perfect time, seeing that there's two facilities out there now, and this one and then the other one that's really not going to end up being a facility. Maybe it's time to combine those into a better facility before we do anything else with it. Or if we've got somebody interested in that, let them have it, and then like Yvette says, take the scraps that are left and site attach those, except they're going to end up with that facility anyway, because they're on a base, because they're on a military base. So let's just combine the whole thing and create a great job, an attractive job. And if a veteran operator wants it, great. And if a new operator gets it, well, there you go.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess the question is, and that's up to you guys, like either to extend this posting, if you want to take it down and add the 697 and 698, is that what, and make one big one? That's up to you guys too. You need that. And Yvette, I'm sorry, I probably should have called you to tell you that before I sprung it, since you're over that.
Yeah.
I've just been so overwhelmed.
You're fine.
Not intentional.
I like combining.
You guys have to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, can you be more specific about?
Well, before you guys, sorry.
We were almost out.
This is important. I know. And this is a good thing.
Yes.
And
You're the one who packed up already.
I'm efficient.
Yeah.
Just, you could let this bid run out
Yeah.
and then repost it together. I think that could be a local.
Mr. Chair.
Well, no, it can't,
Yeah,
combining can't be a local.
No, we can't.
Reconfiguring is Mr. Chair, reconfiguring is but there's no reason not to do that. I mean, the committee can make a motion that says if there isn't an applicant by the deadline on Monday, then that triggers a combination of the two 697 and 698 and gets reposted as that now larger, better, more attractive facility.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh, okay.
Who was that that made the original motion? Was that Derek?
Unwittingly, yes.
You gotta go, man.
Mr. Chair, really quick, can you?
I think 698 is probably doing around 10 grand a month. And I'm tempting 697. I got 6,800 one month.
Okay.
But the other two were like 5 and some change.
Yeah.
That's useless.
I was getting credit cards turned on.
They need to be
It's a lot of buildings.
Yes.
It'll be a
It'll be
big
a lot of
job,
fun.
but it'll be like a university.
Yeah,
It'll be a big job.
huge fun. But you got the motion.
Yes.
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 Um,
Yes.
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 There you go, Jansen.
Every time we do this, we're up in the median and average incomes. This is great. This is what we should be doing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
one more thing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
And again, Christie fails.
trying to move to adjourn.